It must be him. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. It lasted for a long time, enlightening even the deaf. Sigh. The six-spined dragon's face was ashen as it sighed softly. Jiang Chen was probably going to die this time. Even a ninth heavenly layer star wouldn't be able to avoid the nine-colored lightning. Perhaps only those who surpassed the star realm could contend with it. However, Jiang Chen still went without hesitation. I'm coming. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. The nine-colored lightning was too fast, too strong, and too fierce. Jiang Chen activated the lightning in his body, and it circled around his body, preparing to have a crazy clash with the nine-colored lightning. Breaking heavenly lightning of drought. Dawn sky golden lightning. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. 1,000 flames annihilation lightning. 4 lightning bolts intertwined on Jiang Chen's body. The lightning source kept spreading out. Jiang Chen rose up and approached the nine-colored lightning. What a great Jiang Chen! The six-spined dragon's eyes turned red. Jiang Chen's lightning source had protected his heart. In this battle, facing the nine-colored lightning, Jiang Chen might not necessarily be struck to death. Perhaps there was still a chance. Perhaps it was just the beginning. Jiang Chen's mind was as firm as ever. He must save his son. That was his effort for such a long time. Even if his body was crushed, even if it was beyond redemption, the six-spined dragon knew that Jiang Chen wasn't charging blindly. He knew that even if the 4 lightning sources couldn't contend against the nine-colored lightning, they wouldn't just be struck to death. Fonga! Fonga! Quickly dodge! Jiang Chen roared with all his might. Even his eyeballs were about to pop out. It was because he was already too late. The nine-colored lightning struck Feng Er's body. In the end, he was still a step too late. No. Jiang Chen felt like he was about to die. He was just one step away from saving Feng Er. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Under the bombardment of the nine-colored lightning, Feng Er's flesh and blood were torn apart and dissipated. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the terrifying shockwave of the lightning. If it wasn't for the protection of the 4 lightning essences, perhaps he would have died without a burial place. However, these weren't what Jiang Chen cared about. What he cared about was that Feng Er didn't manage to dodge and he was one step away. Why? Just one step away. Jiang Chen felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, blaming himself. Why couldn't he be the one to die? Why did Feng Er have to bear the bombardment of the nine-colored lightning? Why was that? Pff. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. Under the dragon transformation, his body was almost penetrated by the nine-colored lightning. No one could imagine how overbearing the nine-colored lightning was. Why can't I be the one to die? Jiang Chen murmured. In his eyes, a teardrop was filled with the self-reproach and guilt of a father. He was unwilling to accept this. It's fake, Jiang Chen. All of this is fake. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. The 6 coiling dragons seemed to have woken up from a dream and shouted. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the surrounding sky. His mood was still indescribable. The 6 coiling dragons madly rushed towards Jiang Chen. Everything just now was too realistic, as if it was real. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. However, only Jiang Chen knew that this was not a dream. Jiang Chen could still distinguish between illusion and reality. Although this was like an illusion, Jiang Chen knew that this was not a dream at all. Feng Er, where are you? Chapter 5008. His injuries were real, and everything in front of him was real. How could it be an illusion? Although the world had changed drastically, and the nine-colored thunderbolt had disappeared without a trace, Jiang Chen's body had been greatly suppressed. However, Jiang Chen's body was greatly suppressed and heavily injured. This couldn't be fake. But how could this be explained? Everything in front of him had disappeared. Feng Er had also dissipated. Jiang Chen had no idea whether he was dead or had disappeared along with the nine-colored thunderbolt. He couldn't let go of the rage in his heart. Why couldn't I be the one who died? Feng Er, what happened to you? Father is really worried. Are you in these 9 cycles of reincarnation? Why do you look so sad and painful when I see you? The nine-colored thunderbolt was extremely powerful, and Jiang Chen couldn't control it. At this time, he was even more suspicious. Was the one he was looking for here? Jiang Chen's heart became extremely anxious. His child had once again slipped away from him. Was he still alive? Why did he always dream of the same scene? Why did he disappear without a trace every time he didn't let him see his face? Why did he appear here in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Was there any relationship between him and the Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Chen didn't know where to start, and he didn't know who to look for. His injuries were very serious. The 9-colored thunderbolt from before was not fake, and what he saw was not fake. Jiang Chen was 100% sure. However, he could only continue moving forward. As for what else he would encounter, only God knew. Are you okay? The 6-ridged coiling dragon asked nervously. Looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, it was very scary. Could he have been struck dumb by the thunderbolt? He knew that Jiang Chen wanted to find his child, but now that he was so seriously injured, where could he find his child? I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. He couldn't be trapped here, or else he wouldn't have the time and opportunity to find Feng. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go, Jiang Chen said as he continued forward with the 6-ridged coiling dragon. After walking for a long time, Jiang Chen could feel that his body had undergone a huge change. In fact, he had become extremely light, as though he had been reborn. Jiang Chen frowned. Did this happen just by walking on the path of 9 reincarnations? Although he did not know what was going on, the increase in his strength was real. The Genesis Qi in Jiang Chen's body had become more abundant and solid, while his body had also become stronger than before. Coiling dragon, how do you feel? Jiang Chen asked. I don't feel anything, do you? This 9 lives reincarnation. Could it be a lie? The 6-spine coiling dragon said non-committally. That shouldn't be the case. My body has become much stronger. It's probably because of the 9-colored thunderbolt earlier. Jiang Chen did not dare to be certain, but the 6-spine coiling dragon had not changed. Only his body had changed, which could only be due to the 9-colored thunderbolt. Could it be that the 9-colored thunderbolt was a divine tool for body tempering? But why did he see Feng under the 9-colored thunderbolt? Feng was definitely not an illusion. He had already turned to ashes under the 9-colored thunderbolt, but whether it was the real Feng still needed to be verified. Reality and illusion. On the path of 9 reincarnations, Jiang Chen felt that it was all a dream. However, some people in a dream were in reality, while others were in an illusion. They were all different. You don't have a past or present life, nor do you have any wishes or regrets. Therefore, you may not be able to see anything. Your reality is an illusion, and your illusion is also reality. Jiang Chen pondered. The 6-spine coiling dragon was more realistic than him, and even in the 9 lives reincarnation, there was nothing that could disturb it. On the contrary, his 9 lives reincarnation had nearly caused him to fall into a trap. This is too scary. The things here are not illusions, but reality. If I had been struck by the 9-colored thunderbolt, I would have died. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 6-spine coiling dragon shuddered. The ending was hard to imagine. Even Jiang Chen could not help but feel a little scared. If he did not have the protection of the 4 thunderbolts, he might have already turned to ashes. He would not be standing here at all. The 9 lives reincarnation was indeed a peerlessly dangerous place. Were the other 8 paths of reincarnation the same? Jiang Chen did not know, but according to Luo Ying's memories, they should be fine, right? This danger was really high, but fortunately, he had survived. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, Jiang Chen's only worry was Feng. Was he in the tomb of Emperor of the Cosmos? The fight for the inheritance battle had become even more complicated and confusing. Emperor of the Cosmos, what kind of existence are you? The 9 lives reincarnation path did not hinder the pace of Jiang Chen and the 6-spine coiling dragon. The two of them quickly rushed out of the 9 lives reincarnation path. At this time, Jiang Chen found that Yang Guilao had already appeared in front of him. In front of them, the cliff was thousands of zhang high, and the blue sea was endless. Hee, kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You came through the 9 lives reincarnation path unscathed. I thought you wouldn't be able to endure it. Yang Guilao said with a smile. You are the one who can't endure it. I am living well. You will be the one to die first. Jiang Chen said solemnly. You are really arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I will take this opportunity to kill you? Yang Guilao said. You can try. I can't beat you, but you can't kill me either. Jiang Chen and Yang Guilao looked at each other without the slightest fear. Well said. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I hope you can always be so confident. Yang Guilao gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. You flatter me. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to get rid of this old man at every moment. When he looked back, he found that Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu had already come out. The two of them had also successfully passed. However, Qi Yeyu was obviously seriously injured and did not look good. Are you okay? City Lord Qi. Jiang Chen asked. It's nothing serious for the time being. Qi Yeyu smiled bitterly. Luo Ying nodded. At this time, it was better to be more cautious. However, what Jiang Chen did not expect was that they would encounter a huge obstacle in front of them. A natural moat appeared in front of them. Most importantly, this natural moat was a sea, a spiral-shaped sea with layers of waves. From time to time there were strong winds, and from time to time the waves were calm and the wind was calm. In the distance was a cliff-like platform with white jade steps. However, this sea was too far away. Jiang Chen mobilized the Genesis Qi in his body, but he could not fly over. The storm above this sea was extremely terrifying. Chapter 5009. The white jade mansion was small and exquisite, emitting a white light. The surroundings were filled with bright colors that lingered around the white jade mansion. The mansion looked like it was on the sea, standing tall and aloof. However, upon closer inspection, it was a heavenly palace. The sea was merely its protector. The waves were stacked on top of each other, one wave after another. This sea was extremely unusual, and the sea breeze was like a demonic blade. Jiang Chen and the others were only a few hundred meters away from the mansion, but Jiang Chen felt like they were thousands of miles away. Can't fly? I don't believe it. Yang Guilao snorted coldly. The space there was extremely distorted. Flying was almost impossible. Moreover, the turbulent space and the demonic wind on the sea could tear their bodies apart. Yang Guilao was not convinced. He flew up, but he was blown back by the demonic wind. Without the support of source power, he fell from the sky and hugged the ground. Yang Guilao's face was covered in dirt, and his expression became more and more unsightly. It seems like you have no choice but to believe it. Jiang Chen shrugged. Yang Guilao snorted coldly. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. The turbulent space was indeed too terrifying. Coupled with the demonic wind on the sea, even a peak star-grade powerhouse would be torn to pieces. That white jade mansion is the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen. Although she knew that it was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, she could not get close. She could see it, but she could not touch it. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be depressed? What can we do? Even if the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is all there, we can't go there. Yang Guilao said angrily. Why don't we try from the sea? Qi Yeyu said hesitantly. If they jumped into the sea and swam to the other side, it would not be impossible, right? The demonic wind in the sea is enough to tear the body of a star-grade expert to pieces. It won't work. Jiang Chen was also at his wit's end. Could it be that they were willing to be stuck here? In front of him was the treasure, the inheritance of the great emperor that he coveted. But what could he do if he couldn't obtain it? Look, there was supposed to be a bridge here, but it's a pity that it's broken. The gap between the bridge and the white jade mansion has become a natural chasm. Only an expert surpassing the star level would be able to cross it. However, I don't know if the spatial turbulence and the demonic wind can be overcome. Luo Ying said. Indeed, at the edge of the cliff, there were traces of a broken bridge. However, for some unknown reason, it had long been separated from the white jade mansion. The broken bridge in the middle had become a headache for everyone. Is there really no other way? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Luo Ying. Luo Ying had inherited Neon's memories. If even she did not have a solution, then it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Luo Ying pondered for a moment but couldn't do anything about it. She shook her head and sighed. We can't fly over it, and we can't cross it either. Looks like we came here for nothing. Qi Yeyu said. This sea is called the Sea of Feng Luanhai. Legend has it that it was formed by the tears of a goddess. The tears of a goddess contain endless anger and roars. Therefore, Even the Emperor of the Cosmos wanted to build a bridge over this sea of Feng Luanhai. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed, and we can't see the person who crossed the bridge. Looks like we really can't cross it. Yang Guilao kept shaking his head. His heart was full of unwillingness. Although the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was good, he simply could not get close to it. Sea of Feng Luanhai, Jiang Chen murmured. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what he wanted to do. However, Jiang Chen was still unwilling to leave like this. He had suffered untold hardships to come here, and he had narrowly escaped death. If he left like this, it would be a regret for the rest of his life. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Jiang Chen repeated the words that echoed in his mind when he went to save Feng Er. Feng Er, are you here or not? Why did you say such words to your father? Could it be that there is really an existence ahead that we can't contend against? The Emperor of the Cosmos was extremely powerful. In the eyes of the Emperor of the Cosmos, stellar-level experts were no threat at all. They were no different from ants. Feng Er, are you really going to give me another warning? Jiang Chen had always believed that he and Feng Er were connected. Whether it was the danger that Feng Er encountered or the scene that appeared on the path of reincarnation, Jiang Chen knew that it was not groundless. Perhaps, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos is really not fated with me? Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably conflicted. If he wanted to become stronger, if he wanted to follow Feng Er's footsteps, Jiang Chen had to go all out. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only the strong could have a foothold in the eternal world. Only by becoming stronger could he find traces of Feng Er. Because the eternal world was too big, Jiang Chen had to do this. However, there was no way forward. The sea of bitterness was separated by heaven and earth. The tear of the goddess was their obstacle. Perhaps I really should go. This place is not fated with me. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu. Although he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos more than anyone else, he couldn't advance at all. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to give up. If it wasn't for Feng Er's words, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved, echoing in his heart, Jiang Chen would never have given up. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity wasn't something that anyone could encounter. Even if they encountered it, they might not be able to obtain it. Although Yang Guilao had calculated everything, in the end, he still gained nothing. It was like drawing water with a wicker basket. Although he knew the origin of the Feng Luanhai, what could he do? He still couldn't break through the Feng Luanhai and enter the White Jade Mansion. Big brother Jiang, have you really decided to turn back? Luo Ying couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen was a person who wouldn't give up until he died. Although there was no result now, turning back was not his character at all. In front of them was the real peerless treasure, the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The White Jade Mansion must be filled with endless treasures. That was the palace of the Emperor of the Cosmos. However, at the last moment, Jiang Chen actually gave up. It couldn't be said that he gave up. Perhaps it was because he knew how difficult it was. However, even Luo Ying didn't choose to give up so quickly. She still wanted to try again. However, Jiang Chen retreated bravely. At the most critical moment, he chose to remain silent. Yes, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Perhaps this originally didn't belong to me. Human strength is sometimes limited. I have tried my best and have no regrets. I will wait for you on the path of the 9 reincarnations. Chapter 50-10. Brother Jiang Chen, are you sure you don't want to give it another try? Perhaps with so many of us working together, there's still hope. Qi Yeyu looked solemn as he looked at Jiang Chen. No one knew Jiang Chen's determination better than him. Qi Yeyu saw Jiang Chen in big letters, but he chose to retreat at the last moment. Perhaps he had his own difficulties that he couldn't mention. However, retreating in front of a treasure was a respectable thing to do. Facing the temptation of the inheritance of the great emperor, Jiang Chen was able to ignore it. One could imagine that his state of mind must be very strong. In order to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Qi Yeyu knew how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed. However, he was able to let it go just like that. It was really admirable. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. I've done enough. I'll do my best and leave it to fate. Now, I feel that it's no longer necessary. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Jiang Chen chuckled. His carefree and open-minded attitude left Xueqi in the dust. Interesting. Hehehe. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Very good. It seems that I have one less competitor. Yang Guilao said happily. Jiang Chen's withdrawal was definitely good news for him. Moreover, Jiang Chen was prepared to retreat. In other words, he would not continue to compete for the inheritance of the great emperor. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently and looked at the six-ridged coiling dragon. I'm willing to leave with you. The six-ridged coiling dragon naturally wouldn't let Jiang Chen leave alone. At this time, it would definitely advance and retreat together with him. All right. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. As he turned around, he didn't have the same imposing manner as before. Because of because of his child, that sentence lingered in his mind. Besides no one could make Jiang Chen so calm. He had already arrived at the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, so how could he leave? But those cries and warnings were all a source of warmth to Jiang Chen's heart. In that case, you are not in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This world doesn't belong to me, so why should I force it? Now that things have come to this, I have no way out. Luo Ying, I will fight to the death for the heaven-enlightening starfield. If I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to live for another 10 million years. For Xueqi, this was a rare opportunity. He couldn't leave just like that. Furthermore, this was within the boundaries of the heaven-awakening star region. He had to persist to the end. Even if he couldn't obtain the Tao, he definitely couldn't let this old man obtain it. Otherwise, the heaven-awakening star region would face a disaster and be threatened. As the lord of the heaven-awakening star region, Xueqi was naturally duty-bound. In that case, I will accompany you to the end, father. Luo Ying's heart was firm. If it had been Jiang Chen, she would have made the same decision. It was the same for her father. After so many years, the relationship between her and her father had become increasingly strained. Hence, this was a good opportunity for them to work together. For the heaven-awakening star region and for her father, Luo Ying's choice was understandable. I will wait for you at the reincarnation path. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Ying before turning and leaving. Perhaps he would miss out on a lot, but he was more willing to believe in his son. Perhaps he would lose a lot, but his son's words still lingered in his ears. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Although he had given up on a lot, he was still very happy. However, after taking 100 steps, Jiang Chen's eyes became incomparably passionate. What is that? What terrifying energy? The six-ridged coiled dragon mumbled. The six-spine coiling dragon murmured. He felt that his body was about to be squashed by this energy. Why hadn't they discovered this before? Thank you, Feng. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways as he gazed at the huge mountain that they had already seen. The mountain that was engraved with the words inheritance ground. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, but repent and you will be saved. Jiang Chen finally understood the meaning of this sentence. If he hadn't turned around sincerely, they wouldn't have been able to see this scene. When Jiang Chen turned his head again, he couldn't see Luo Ying, Xueqi and the others anymore. His state of mind was neither happy nor sad. Because of this, he and the six-ridged coiling dragon had entered another space. The same scene, the same image, but it was an overlapping space. It was simply breathtaking. Emperor of the Cosmos. You are indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos. Raging waves surged in Jiang Chen's heart. Choosing to turn around this time might have been the best decision he had ever made in his life. If he hadn't turned around sincerely, he wouldn't have been able to enter this space. If he hadn't entered this space, he wouldn't have been able to see the true treasure. For Jiang Chen, this was a true treasure. He wouldn't exchange it for a mountain of gold or silver. What the hell is this energy boulder? What the hell is it? The six-ridged coiling dragon was still in a daze. It didn't express its opinion. The six-ridged coiling dragon had never seen such a huge energy boulder before. It was even more terrifying than the origin stone. Compared to the six-ridged coiling dragon's shock, Jiang Chen was filled with happiness. With this energy boulder, or rather, this energy mountain, his trip to the great emperor's tomb was not in vain. Even if he didn't obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, it didn't matter. This is the core of a star, a true treasure. What I and the Eastern Mountain Elders fought over was just the tip of the iceberg. The core of a star is where the energy of the entire Tianqi star resides. The core of a star is filled with the power of the stars. Because of the existence of the core, the Tianqi star continuously revolves, and revolves. In other words, it is the heart of the Tianqi star. Without the core, the Tianqi star is a dead star. With the core, the Tianqi star can grow and multiply. An incomparable brilliance bloomed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It must have been because the Emperor of the Cosmos set up a formation on the core. If we hadn't turned around sincerely, we wouldn't have seen the true treasure. Ha 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 ha. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Turn back to the shore. Feng, I finally understand your good intentions. Perhaps this is the true treasure of the great Emperor's tomb. Chapter 50:11. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He had searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. All of this was thanks to Feng Er's warning. If it wasn't for Feng Er's warning, he definitely wouldn't have given up on the great Emperor's inheritance. No matter how difficult it was, he would have walked to the end. But now, Jiang Chen suddenly looked back and realized that the real treasure was right behind him. That mountain was the core of the Tianqi star, the thing that Jiang Chen had been searching for. I see. The six-spine coiling dragon was shocked. Such a huge source of energy was actually this mountain. The core of a star was something he had never heard of before. This is the core of a star, the true source of energy. The power of the stars is all here. Today I will devour this core. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing as he said this. What? The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This mountain was huge. Could Jiang Chen really absorb such a huge amount of energy? This was simply too inconceivable. But since Jiang Chen had said so, he must have his reasons. It wouldn't be groundless. The six-spine coiling dragon couldn't imagine it. If this mountain was really devoured by Jiang Chen, wouldn't his strength increase by leaps and bounds? What was the purpose of entering the great Emperor's tomb? Wasn't it to continuously break through and reach the peak? At this moment, it was clear that Jiang Chen had achieved his goal. No matter what the great Emperor's inheritance was, he seemed to have found what he wanted. This was enough. The core of this star is the key to my breakthrough, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally found the core of the Tianqi star. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. The Black King said excitedly. Now that he had found the core, Jiang Chen's astral pole would have a huge improvement. At that time, his power would definitely multiply. The core of a star wasn't something that could be found on all planets. The core of every star contained an unparalleled amount of star energy, and this star energy was the best source of energy for Jiang Chen to use the astral. Master, the coiling dragon and I will protect you. Just devour the core. The Black King said in a deep voice. All right. It's been hard on you too. Jiang Chen nodded. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. All of this was fate. The wind's warning was the key for Jiang Chen to find the core. He was finally going to break through again. The second firmament of the star state was far from his limit. This time, it would depend on whether he could devour the core completely. Jiang Chen was solemn. The energy in the core was terrifying, and the star power was also abnormally strong. It wouldn't be easy for him to devour it perfectly. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if the star power couldn't be perfectly compressed to a balanced state, Jiang Chen might have to choose between life and death. The core of a star contained boundless energy, but it was also a double-edged sword for Jiang Chen. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Nothing could be achieved overnight. If he wanted to become stronger, Jiang Chen had to endure more than ordinary people. Core of a star, Emperor of the Cosmos. Thank you. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways. He activated the astral pole and prepared to devour the core. His mind was connected. His dantian surged and devoured the firmament. The astral pole was the most powerful and monstrous cultivation technique in the world. Otherwise, Long Futu wouldn't have been hunted down by the Eternal Lord just to obtain the astral pole. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. The astral pole revolved and frantically plundered the star power in the core. The terrifying energy kept surging into Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, the sky changed color and the earth spun. The six-ridged coiling dragon was shocked. He had followed Jiang Chen and seen too many unbelievable things. Jiang Chen's strength had changed the world. Although there was still a significant gap between their strength, he could still erupt with earth-shattering power. The six-ridged coiling dragon could feel the boundless energy surging into Jiang Chen's body. The majestic aura was unimaginable. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the second heaven of the star realm. How could he withstand such a huge amount of energy? This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even a pinnacle star realm might not be able to withstand it. However, Jiang Chen did it. The terrifying star power was unimaginable. When it was used on a person, it was like being run over by thousands of soldiers and horses. It was suffocating. In short, the six-ridged coiling dragon didn't dare to imagine it. If it was him, his body would have long exploded. Jiang Chen was simply a walking miracle. How terrifying! The six-ridged coiling dragon murmured. Now you know how terrifying Master is. Although the star core this time is a bit huge, I believe that Master will definitely be able to devour it. The astral stars devour everything. Even the core of a star is nothing to them. The Black King looked at the six-ridged coiling dragon, who nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen was too domineering. His existence was a legend. The star power continuously surged into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen swallowed it like a whale. The huge amount of energy made Jiang Chen feel enlightened. It was abnormally carefree and comfortable. The feeling of being enveloped by the star power made him unable to calm down for a long time. Let the tempest come even more fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The astral pole kept revolving and the star core kept shrinking. The huge mountain also started to shake. The violent star power within the star core had already started to leak out uncontrollably. At this moment, Yang Guolao, Luo Ying and the others, who were standing in front of Feng Luanhai, were all confused. They didn't know what was going on, as they had also felt this terrifying and abnormal vibration. What's going on? Qi Yeyu looked at Luo Ying. Luo Ying was confused and shook her head. She didn't know where this vibration had come from. I don't know either, but it seems to be that mountain. Luo Ying pointed at the mountain in the land of inheritance and looked back. In their eyes, they still couldn't see the scene of Jiang Chen devouring the star core. This was because Jiang Chen and they weren't in the same space. They were in two different spaces, which caused the star core to be covered in dust. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Yang Guolao had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. He felt uneasy and couldn't calm down. Could there be other treasures in the tomb of the great emperor of the cosmos? Chapter 50:12. The entire Heaven Awakened planet was filled with torrential rain. Countless mountains, rivers, and volcanoes began to tremble. The earth started to collapse, and rivers started to flow in reverse. Above the Heaven Awakened planet, wind and clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The entire planet seemed to be going through a storm. Jiang Chen kept devouring the power of the stars. The core of the star also started to shake. The astral pole kept compressing the power of the stars. The star in his Dantian sea of energy was also becoming more and more resplendent. The power of the stars surrounded Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body was like a huge furnace, or rather, the star in his Dantian sea of energy. That star was filled with the power of the stars, and it shone resplendently. Through the baptism of the power of the stars, Jiang Chen's power was also steadily increasing. The power of the stars is too strong. I feel like my body is about to explode. Jiang Chen was excited, but he didn't dare to waver. He went all out. The astral pole started to spin, and only then could it compress the power of the stars. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to pieces by the power of the stars. Time slowly passed. Jiang Chen's body was filled with the power of the stars, and his power was rapidly increasing. In less than an hour, he had already reached the peak of the second level of the star realm. He broke through, Master broke through. The Black King said excitedly. Jiang Chen's power was gradually breaking through to the third level of the star realm. As time passed, Jiang Chen absorbed more and more of the power of the stars. At this moment, the changes to the Heaven Awakened planet were becoming more and more obvious. Earthquakes were happening more and more frequently, bodies were collapsing, and rivers were bursting. The millions of miles of the Heaven Awakened planet were filled with natural disasters. The core of the Heaven Awakened planet was the foundation of the Heaven Awakened planet. As the power of the star was constantly being devoured by Jiang Chen, the heaven-awakened planet was like an anxious beast, becoming more and more violent. Star State Level 3. His power has indeed increased quite a bit. Jiang Chen's eyes shone even brighter as he devoured the power of the stars even more ferociously. Now that he was at the third firmament of the star realm, his power also became more and more profound. The more he devoured, the stronger he became. Another 2 hours passed, and Jiang Chen's strength reached the peak of the star level 3, about to break through again. Star State Level 4, here I come. Jiang Chen vowed solemnly, extremely excited. Another hour passed, and he finally broke through to the star level 4. The shock in Jiang Chen's heart could be imagined. The breakthrough in strength within a star was completely unimaginable. Moreover, it was his unique astral pole. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been finished long ago. Such a terrifying power of the stars was simply unbearable. Although Master's power is constantly breaking through, it's also a double-edged sword. With such a huge amount of energy, you've seen it for yourself. If you're not careful, you might be devoured by the power of the stars. So, you're walking a tightrope. The Black King was extremely worried about Master's safety. However, in order to become stronger, this was also a path that had to be taken. In order to become stronger, one had to suffer what ordinary people couldn't endure. When Jiang Chen's power broke through to the fourth firmament of the star realm, his power had clearly slowed down. At this time, the mountain had already been devoured by Jiang Chen by half. The astral pole was too powerful. No amount of star power could escape the bindings of the astral pole. Even the Eternal Lord was wary of this ultimate technique. Jiang Chen was increasingly confident in the astral pole. Back then, even the previous master of the Buddha prison palace, Long Futu, couldn't cultivate the astral pole to the peak. However, even so, he could already compete with cosmic kings. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the astral pole was. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. However, his power had broken through to the fourth firmament of the star realm. The absorption of the power of the stars and the energy of the star's core had also slowed down. The energy within the star's core was extremely violent, and the power of the stars couldn't be directly absorbed by Jiang Chen. The astral pole was the best conversion. After the astral pole went through layers of tempering, the starlight could be used by Jiang Chen. However, the terrifying pressure that the breakthrough in power brought to Jiang Chen also made him feel like his heart was being torn apart. His power kept rising. Even with the protection of the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's body couldn't be guaranteed. The starlight was torn apart, reformed, and torn apart again. Jiang Chen already felt the despair of life and death. From his expression, the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon could see that the pain he was experiencing was far beyond anyone's imagination. Veins popped up on his sinister face, and his body kept trembling. Starlight shot out in all directions. The Big Dipper shift. Jiang Chen's body was surrounded by starlight. The blue light was deep and filled with blazing light. Jiang Chen was bathed in a sea of starlight. The astral pole's evolution, devouring, and transformation were endless. Countless veined patterns appeared on Jiang Chen's palm. Within the veined patterns, blue starlight appeared, as if it wanted to tear Jiang Chen's body apart. The power of the stars was terrifying. Jiang Chen felt that his flesh and blood were being penetrated, and his bones were being bound. The surrounding space was extremely distorted. The astral pole was indeed powerful and mystical, but the power of the stars was even more majestic. The core energy of a planet was acting on Jiang Chen's body. Light and shadow collided, and every inch of light wreaked havoc in his body. Jiang Chen's continuous roars shocked the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon. Even someone as strong as Jiang Chen, who was so determined, had become so cautious. His roars were filled with despair. One could imagine how difficult it was for him. However, neither the six-ridged coiling dragon nor the Black King could help him. All of this required Jiang Chen to overcome, change, become stronger, and become more tenacious. No one can judge me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen's rage shook the heavens. The boundless power of the stars made him stronger and stronger, but at the same time, the pain increased. Again and again, he brushed shoulders with death. Again and again, Jiang Chen's body became stronger and stronger. Starlight shot out. At this moment, his strength had already reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the star realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the fifth heavenly layer. I don't believe that you can control my life and death. Power of the stars, erupt. Jiang Chen finally prepared for the final attack. The entire mountain, the entire core of the star, had already been devoured by him. His strength had also broken through to the second heavenly layer. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mental force was constantly being ravaged. His natal astral soul felt like it was about to be torn apart. However, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. With the astral pole in his hands, no one could control him. Chapter 50-13. Jiang Chen's body was penetrated by the terrifying power of the stars. The power of the stars in his body became more and more majestic. Above the surrounding sky, rays of deep blue starlight continuously shot into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and revolved the astral pole to the extreme. The final breakthrough, the final engulfment, depended on this one move. Jiang Chen had already engulfed most of the star's core. Mountains collapsed one after another. All of them were trash that had lost the power of the stars. Star level 5, here I come. Jiang Chen roared furiously. An incomparably majestic aura spread out. The power of the stars in his body also reached the peak. The final breakthrough in one move was Jiang Chen's goal. The power of the stars was constantly compressed and integrated into Jiang Chen's body. The astral pole also reached the peak of the third level. Exploding stars. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably blazing. The exploding stars had reached the peak, and the power of the stars was also more skillful. He was incomparably calm in his hands. With a punch, the stars shone brightly, shattering the sky. Roar! Jiang Chen roared. The power of the stars in his body once again erupted. Break through for me! Jiang Chen roared. The power of the stars broke through the shackles of heaven and earth. The power of the stars in his body finally completed the final engulfment. The color of the star in his dantian became even brighter, shining brightly. Star level 5. Finally breaking through. One could imagine the excitement in Jiang Chen's heart. At that moment, although he had experienced the despair of life and death, the bitterness was over. His strength broke through 3 levels consecutively. Jiang Chen's chest was filled with endless valor. He wanted to compete with the heavens. Success! The 6-spine coiling dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. There was only shock left in its eyes. How long had it been? He had broken through 3 heavenly layers consecutively. Moreover, the entire mountain, the land of inheritance, had been completely devoured by Jiang Chen, turning into a barren mountain of ashes. With a light touch from the 6-ridged coiling dragon, the towering mountain that stretched for 10 miles was instantly reduced to ashes and blown away by the wind. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's heart was filled with shock. One could imagine how horrified it was. The entire star's core had been devoured by Jiang Chen. The surrounding sky was filled with dust that danced in the air. This scene was truly spectacular. The Black King was very excited too. He was very happy that his master broke through. At this time, Jiang Chen's power had reached star level 5. This was within the Black King's expectations, but it was still unbelievable. How much pain and torture had Jiang Chen experienced? The power of the stars shuttled back and forth in his body, constantly fusing and transforming? To Jiang Chen, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships could one become an outstanding person. Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was incomparably carefree. At this moment, the entire mountain had disappeared. That sense of accomplishment and domineering spirit made Jiang Chen's battle intent unparalleled. At this moment, if he were to face Yang Guolao again, perhaps Jiang Chen would also be able to fight to the death. What is that? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the mountain that had turned into ashes. Only a bare mound was left. That was the remnant of the star power that Jiang Chen had not devoured. It's actually the source stone essence? The Black King exclaimed, his expression incomparably shocked. The source stone essence can only be found by chance. It's even better than a grade 7 source stone. However, it's extremely rare. In all these years, I've only heard of it once and have never seen it before. Looks like I'm really lucky this time. The Black King said enviously. He did not expect the source stone essence to exist under the star's core. It seems, there's more. Jiang Chen drew a deep breath. Below the source stone essence was a giant stone crystal glowing with a purple light. It looked very dazzling and its color was as bright as a lilac. Divine Luminous Stone. This is Divine Luminous Stone, a supreme stone used to refine divine weapons. The Black King was shocked once again. He did not expect them to find so many treasures in succession. Not to mention the star's core that Jiang Chen had devoured, which was naturally incomparable. The Divine Luminous Stone and the Source Stone essence were also extremely rare. Even the six-ridged coiling dragon was envious of Jiang Chen's luck. Jiang Chen directly took out the Source Stone essence. It was indeed a good thing. The density of its Genesis Chi was on a completely different level compared to a grade 6 Source Stone. Here. Jiang Chen divided the Source Stone essence between the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon. The two were slightly taken aback. They did not expect Jiang Chen to share the treasures with them. Master, this. The Black King was in a difficult position. Hurry up and absorb it. Your strength has already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. This Source Stone essence is much more useful to you than to me. I have just broken through to the 5th layer of the star level, and will not be able to use it in a short period of time. Hurry up. Jiang Chen smiled. The six-ridged coiling dragon solemnly nodded and received the Source Stone essence. The excitement in its eyes was beyond words. Jiang Chen had shared such precious things with them and did not treat them as outsiders at all. The six-ridged coiling dragon would never forget this kindness. Following Jiang Chen, from this moment on, its life finally had its own light. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the divine bright stone. All of his divine weapons were destroyed in the previous battle. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to polish them and turn them into a divine weapon to enhance his formation. As to what level it could reach, he had no idea. Divine bright stone, divine bright stone. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could make the divine luminous stone into an extremely powerful divine weapon. You two break through. I'm going to forge a divine weapon. We'll leave once I'm done. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke. Okay. The six-ridged coiling dragon and the Black King said in unison. They regarded the Genesis Stone essence in their hands as a treasure and began to rapidly absorb the tyrannical Genesis Chi within. Jiang Chen looked at the divine bright stone under his feet. It was 10 square meters. Even if it was tempered by him, it would be enough to make a lot of divine weapons and treasures. This time, it was a good opportunity to make a good one. Chapter 50:14. Jiang Chen stared at the mountain of divine light stone. To him, to refine such a small hill and continuously temper it was not an easy task. Jiang Chen activated the 5 elements divine fire and began to refine this huge divine light stone. The 5 elements divine fire continued to temper it. Light flowed and ashes rose. The impurities in the divine light stone were constantly being removed. Layers of stones and lime fell on the surroundings. Seeing the divine light stone becoming smaller and smaller, the light in Jiang Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. The 5 elements divine fire refined it for such a long time before it gradually refined the original form of the divine light stone. After a full hour, Jiang Chen finally burned out the last essence of the divine light stone. There was not a trace of impurities. Finally, the divine light stone was less than 3 square feet. It had shrunk by 99%. The green light flickered with a faint light. Jiang Chen knew that this was the final form of the divine light stone. Jiang Chen had a sudden impulse. He held the heavenly dragon sword and fiercely slashed on the divine light stone a few times. In the end, there was not a single mark. Jiang Chen could not help but secretly smacked his lips. Such a terrifying divine light stone. It seemed that this thing was indeed not an ordinary thing. He would definitely be able to refine a batch of extremely terrifying divine weapons. Let's begin, my passion time. Ha! Jiang Chen held the storm hammer in his hand and activated the 5 elements divine fire. He began to refine the divine light stone again. Fusing the divine light stone was not an easy task. Moreover, it needed to be tempered by the storm hammer for thousands of times before it could be forged into a sword embryo. Jiang Chen wanted to play big this time. The divine light stone was enough for 72 swords. Moreover, the divine light stone that he wanted to forge must be of the highest grade. Such a precious thing, if it could not shine its brilliance and was covered in dust in his hands, wouldn't it be a pity? Jiang Chen's countenance was incomparably solemn. The might of the craftsman god appeared once again. It had been a long time since he created his own divine weapon. This time, Jiang Chen was filled with confidence. Time ticked by. Hammer after hammer. Hammer after hammer. Jiang Chen had already forgotten how many times he had swung his hammer. 1,000 times? Or 10,000 strikes? Or 100,000 strikes? In short, under Jiang Chen's desperate forging, the 72 sword embryos had been forged, and it was time to see the final forming process. Jiang Chen was meticulous and careful. To him, every divine sword had its own soul, especially a high-grade divine weapon. Jiang Chen had already forgotten about time in the Buddha prison palace. He was completely isolated from the outside world. Now, he was wholeheartedly refining. Without thousands of strikes, every sword would not be able to complete the baptism of life. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand had been refined by Jiang Chen countless times. It had long reached its peak. At least, the current Jiang Chen was unable to make the heavenly dragon sword improve any further. According to the rules of the eternal world, the heavenly dragon sword's grade had most likely reached the 8th grade combat weapon. Jiang Chen had no distractions as he continued to refine the divine weapon. After thousands and thousands of strikes, the divine light stone had finally completed its mission and was forged into a peerless divine weapon. The Cyan sword radiance and sword Qi were like dragons. They were actually released, showing off their sharpness. Jiang Chen had forged 72 divine weapons in one breath, and all of them were incomparably sharp. Just the sword Qi released from the sword body had already reached the highest level of sharpness. Good swords. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. The divine weapons were completed. The 72 divine swords had all reached the level of a 7th grade combat weapon. Even a stellar-level warrior would not be able to withstand their sharpness. A 6th grade combat weapon was already the best combat weapon a stellar-level warrior could come into contact with. A 7th grade combat weapon was completely unimaginable. Even for Jiang Chen, it was extremely difficult for him to activate all 72 divine weapons at this moment. The terror of a 7th grade combat weapon was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Each of the swords looked the same, but in reality, there were thousands of changes. Each sword had its own soul and its own sharpness. With these 72 divine swords, Jiang Chen really did not dare to imagine how domineering and destructive it would be once the Ashura sword formation was activated. Whether he could control it or not, it was still uncertain. Right now, it was still an unknown. After admiring the 72 divine weapons, Jiang Chen realized that there was still less than half of the divine light stone left. With a thought, Jiang Chen decided to forge another 2 divine weapons, a divine staff and a divine spear. They were custom-made for De Huang and the monkey. This time, Jiang Chen divided the last piece of divine light stone into 2 and forged it with all his might. After countless tempering, it was even stronger than the 72 divine weapons, reaching the level of a peak 7th grade combat weapon. The divine spear was glowing in a cyan light. Cold light shot out in all directions. It was mighty and domineering. The body of the spear was like a ferocious dragon emerging from the sea. It soared into the sky and grabbed the moon. I'll call you Piercing Moon. Jiang Chen held the piercing moon in one hand and a perfectly round iron staff in the other. It was also glowing in a cyan light, giving people a feeling of being extremely heavy, like a magnificent army bearing down on them with the weight of Mount Tai. Heavy and domineering. Then I'll call you Piercing Void. Piercing Moon. Piercing Void. These 2 divine weapons were custom-made by Jiang Chen for his brothers, but he did not know where the monkey was right now. In order to search for Feng, even his 2 brothers risked their lives to accompany him. Jiang Chen was very grateful to De Huang and the monkey. They depended on each other and supported each other all the way. De Huang and the monkey had no complaints. Even if they died 9 times, they would not regret it. I hope that we brothers can meet again soon. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. With the monkey's agility and strength, even in the eternal world, he would not be at a disadvantage. It was better to go see Luo Ying and the others first. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He had already reached the 5th level of the Star Realm. Although he had just broken through, his reputation was not undeserved. Now that he was facing the 7th level of the Star Realm, Yang Guilao, he did not feel any fear. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally felt that his strength had skyrocketed. He estimated that he would not be able to find a match in the entire Heaven Awakening star region. As for now, the 6-ridged coiling dragon and the Black King were still cultivating, so he did not disturb them. With his strength, sweeping through the entire Heaven Awakening star region would be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with emotions. This time, he knew that he had to go to the true inheritance ground of a great emperor. This opportunity came from Feng Er's warning. At this moment, he already possessed the strength to contend for supremacy. Feng Er, your father will definitely not let you down. Wait for me, we will definitely be reunited soon. Chapter 4658. Ascending the Stairway to Heaven. Hope of ascending the stairway to heaven. Damn it. This distance doesn't seem big, but I can't cross the sky at all. This is infuriating. Yang Guolao's face was gloomy. He had tried countless times to no avail. Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu were also at their wits' end. They were not willing to give up on this opportunity, but it was not that easy to cross the sky. The great emperor's inheritance was right in front of them, but they could not take a step forward. This was simply a huge torment. It seems like we have no chance of obtaining the emperor of the cosmos's inheritance. Qi Yeyu looked at the square wheel sea and sighed. The square wheel sea in front of them was not something they could cross. If they could not cross it, they would not be able to touch the emperor of the cosmos's treasure. This was a headache. Even Yang Guolao could not do it. I got it. Condense water into ice. Yang Guolao's eyes lit up. Building a bridge when meeting water and turning it into an ice road might work. Soaring dragon absorbing water. Freeze. Yang Guolao swept up countless water pillars and blasted them towards the top of the dome, wanting to turn it into an ice bridge. However, at this time, the spatial turbulence in the void evaporated the water directly, leaving nothing behind as it turned into air. Failed again. Yang Guolao's face was gloomy. His idea was good. Condense water into ice, but the spatial turbulence in between the broken bridges was too strong. Although it was invisible, the water was evaporated by the spatial turbulence before it could condense into ice. Emperor of the Cosmos, I'll fuck you. Yang Guolao was furious. At this time, it was obvious that Yang Guolao was completely exasperated. Otherwise, he would not have cursed so loudly. At this time, the sky started to rain heavily. Yang Guolao and the others were drenched. Old man Xinghe, how dare you slap me in the rain? Yang Guolao kept roaring angrily in his heart. He had put in so much effort, but in the end, he failed. Now, he couldn't take another step forward at all. He could only stand there and stare blankly. Cursing won't solve the problem. It only shows that you're useless. A cold voice resounded. Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu looked back. It was actually Jiang Chen. He was back. Brother Jiang, you're back. Luo Ying was very excited. Back then, when Jiang Chen left, it was a huge blow to her. She could not advance and retreat together with brother Jiang Chen. Her heart was filled with regret. However, brother Jiang Chen's power was there. It was impossible for him to pass through the emperor of the cosmos's inheritance ground. Even they were helpless. Yang Guolao looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's power had improved by leaps and bounds. How long had it been? How was this possible? Qi Yeyu's face was filled with shock as well. Jiang Chen's strength had shocked even him. He had never heard of someone breaking through 3 heavenly layers in a row. This Jiang Chen was too terrifying, wasn't he? You got that treasure? Yang Guolao narrowed his eyes. That treasure was what he wanted. Yes, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. I've told you before, but you didn't listen. Jiang Chen smiled. How pathetic. You play around all day but got your eyes pecked by an eagle. You're really something, Jiang Chen. Yang Guolao sighed. He did not expect that after so many years of cheating, he was tricked by Jiang Chen. If news of this got out, how was he going to live? Your power? It actually improved so much? At this time, Luo Ying also felt that Jiang Chen's power had a qualitative improvement. However, she was more concerned about Jiang Chen, so she did not notice it immediately. His power directly went from the 2nd level to the 5th level. This was something no one dared to imagine. Luo Ying's power reached the 7th level because she inherited Neon's body. That was why she was so powerful. However, Jiang Chen did not inherit anything. Even the real treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos was in front of them. Jiang Chen, do you have a way? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen, full of anticipation. If he did not have a way, Jiang Chen probably would not suddenly turn back. You can say so. If I don't try, how would I know it won't work? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Guolao confidently. Yang Guolao was so angry that his face turned green. He had tried countless times, but in the end, it was to see if Jiang Chen could reach the other side. Yang Guilao could not help but beat his chest. Jiang Chen actually obtained the treasure. He had been searching for it, but he did not get it. He did not expect that when he turned back, he actually obtained it. It was really depressing. Hee, if I can't go, you can't either. Little bastard, your power is not as strong as mine. Even if you broke through, I want to see how you will embarrass yourself today. Do you think that the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is so easy to obtain? TSK. Yang Guilao stood with his arms crossed. At this moment, he was waiting to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself. It was impossible for this guy to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if he obtained the treasure, he might not be able to continue. Now, Yang Guilao was thinking about how to deal with him. He definitely could not let him monopolize the treasure. Otherwise, what was the purpose of him coming here? Yang Guilao had schemed and schemed for that treasure. He needed that thing, the core of a star. However, with Qi Yeyu and Luo Ying eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to succeed. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the fifth sky of Star Realm. He could still put up a fight against Jiang Chen, but with Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu, he had no chance of winning. Then let's wait and see, Jiang Chen said faintly. He turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff. He had already made his preparations. This time, he would use the stairway to heaven as a bridge to cross the Fang Luanhai. Other than that, Jiang Chen had no other choice. Whether or not the stairway to heaven could change the current situation depended on his luck. After Jiang Chen's strength increased, he felt the existence of the stairway to heaven on the other side. In other words, other than his own 3 segments of the stairway to heaven, there was another stairway to heaven in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This stairway to heaven was on the other side. This meant that the bridge back then was most likely formed by the stairway to heaven. However, Jiang Chen couldn't find the root of it. He couldn't find the reason. He only had a vague feeling in his heart. He hoped that it wasn't wrong. The stairway to heaven was his treasure. It was also the key to whether or not he could cross the Fang Luanhai. It's up to you. Jiang Chen took a step forward and stepped on the stairway to heaven. The 3 segments of the stairway to heaven continued to climb. As expected, the spatial turbulence in the surroundings was all pushed away by the stairway to heaven. Jiang Chen seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. The stairway to heaven under his feet was finally effective. Chapter 50-15. Did he really make it? Luo Ying was overjoyed. She was happy for Jiang Chen. However, it seemed like no one could keep up with him except Jiang Chen. Ascending the stairway to heaven? Good lad. You're really a moving treasure trove. Yang Guilao's eyes lit up as he quickly followed behind Jiang Chen and attacked. Be careful, big brother Jiang. Luo Ying's expression changed drastically, but she couldn't help. Even Neon, who had spread her wings, couldn't fly over the sea of transmigration. She could only watch helplessly as Yang Guilao ambushed Jiang Chen. Yang Guilao took the last step of Jiang Chen's ascending stairway to heaven and made a powerful move. His sharp claws grabbed at Jiang Chen as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It seems like you really can't hold it in any longer. Jiang Chen sneered. He had been prepared for this. How could Yang Guilao be so weak? This guy was very strong and his origins were unknown. How could he not take him seriously? A slight mistake could cause him to be trapped and beyond redemption. Hee, your treasure really attracts me. Little bastard, it seems like we really have to have a good fight. Yang Guilao was full of confidence. How could Jiang Chen be a match for him with his strength? He definitely couldn't let Jiang Chen have his way at this time. He had already swallowed the core of the star. If he couldn't even obtain the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, then wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Yang Guilao wasn't willing to give up, so he had to take the risk out of desperation. He wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen launched a heavy punch, sweeping through the universe. With his current combat strength, even if he fought against Yang Guilao, he wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two, but Jiang Chen's strength was more than enough to make up for the difference. The surging fist smashed down, startling the world, causing the surrounding space to shake unceasingly. Jiang Chen's attack was also not simple for Yang Guilao. Their fists and palms collided with each other, causing an explosion. The terrifying wind generated by their fists shook the heavens and the earth. The more Yang Guilao fought, the more shocked he became. How could this fellow be so strong? Back then, he didn't even have the strength to fight back, but now he could fight to the death with him. This was too abnormal, wasn't it? Was it the core of a star? Could it be that he had already absorbed the star's core? Impossible, the star's core was so powerful. How could it be absorbed by Jiang Chen? Even Yang Guilao couldn't completely absorb the star's core. That was the core of a star, how could it be absorbed just like that? However, how could Jiang Chen's strength become so strong? This kind of combat strength made one's scalp numb. A star level 5 fighting a star level 7 without the strength to fight back. Could it be that you absorbed the star's core? This is impossible. Yang Guilao said while gritting his teeth. That was a treasure that he had been yearning for day and night. What do you think? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. He still didn't give up. His combat strength had completely crushed Yang Guilao. Jiang Chen had absorbed an endless amount of star power, completely compressing the star's core and devouring it. Only then did he form his astral pole. Therefore, Jiang Chen was incomparably confident. The star power carried a faint blue radiance, the wind from his fists was sharp, his momentum reaching the heavens. Star power. Explode the heavenly star. Jiang Chen launched a heavy punch, the star power surged endlessly, shocking the world. That kind of sharp starlight made Yang Guilao unable to resist. Damn it! This time, you have succeeded in angering this old man. Yang Guilao was furious, he was very flustered, but at this time, he definitely didn't dare to retreat. If he fell, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. The terror of the astral pole was not something he could imagine. Yang Guilao held the black wooden cane in his hand. Black light radiated in all directions, continuously smashing it towards Jiang Chen. I gave you face but you don't want it. Then I will send you to heaven. Jiang Chen raised his sword and the aura of the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed once again. This time, it was many times stronger than before. Yang Guilao was shocked. However, the difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. Jiang Chen's star energy was more overbearing than the origin Qi. It was more like a willis snake. His powerful strength created star marks one after another, incomparably domineering. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. Limitless sword. Devouring the heavens. Yang Guilao was extremely shocked. He was forced to retreat again and again by Jiang Chen. He already had no path of retreat. If he didn't take advantage of the last moment and followed Jiang Chen up the stairway to heaven, it would be impossible for him to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. At this moment, regardless of speed or agility, Jiang Chen completely suppressed Yang Guilao. Yang Guilao had to follow closely behind Jiang Chen to ensure that he wouldn't fall into the bottomless abyss. Today, I will use you as my first target. Let's see how terrifying my new sword formation is. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. With an intention of his will, 18 supreme divine weapons descended from the sky. His innate astral souls had matured. It was no longer a problem for him to control 18 7th-grade weapons at the same time. However, Jiang Chen didn't attempt to use all 36 swords at the same time. If he did, his innate astral soul would suffer a backlash and suffer heavy injuries. Radiance of Hell. Yang Guilao waved the black wooden walking stick in his hand, summoning the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. A black ray of light rushed towards Jiang Chen's body. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Chen activated the Soaring Dragon Art and Dragon Transformation, withstanding the radiance of hell without any change in his expression. Damn it! Yang Guilao's countenance drastically changed. Jiang Chen actually managed to block his attack without any changes, completely ignoring it. Have a taste of my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen raised his sword, using the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation. The 18 7th-grade weapons split into 8 directions. Jiang Chen controlled everything with his strength alone. Countless sword silhouettes rushed towards Yang Guilao from all directions. What a terrifying sword formation. Qi Yeyu sucked in a breath of cold air. 18 peerless divine weapons were extremely terrifying. Even he was intimidated by them. Every single sword made him look up to them. How could Jiang Chen have so many peerless divine weapons? It was simply unbelievable. Just one of these divine weapons was enough to sweep away the entire Tianqi star, and Jiang Chen had 18 of them. Although they couldn't compare to his heavenly dragon sword, they were still rare supreme divine weapons, causing Qi Yeyu's countenance to change. Jiang Chen's sword formation is indeed terrifying. Can't withstand it. Luo Ying's eyes were solemn. At this moment, Yang Guilao was facing Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Whether he could escape or not depended on his luck. At least from Luo Ying's point of view, Yang Guilao would die without a doubt. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was mighty and domineering. Even Luo Ying, who was at the 7th sky of the star level, dared to break it. Yang Guilao also had a slim chance of survival. Damn sword formation. Chapter 50:16. This time, let's see where you can run to. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead. With a thought, he commanded the 18 7th grade fighters to shoot out in all directions, disrupting the Heavenly Dipper. The surrounding void was completely sealed by Jiang Chen. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was displayed once again. Especially the 18 peerless fighters, they instantly exploded the starry sky. Streaks of sword shadows swept across the sky, destroying everything in their path. Yang Guilao didn't dare to face their sharpness. He retreated step by step with a pale face. In just a moment, Yang Guilao was attacked from all directions, suffering more than 10 sword wounds. At this time, his situation had become extremely dangerous. Breaking shadow, Yang Guilao held the black wooden cane in his hand, piercing through the sky, turning into a black shadow and falling below the sea of Fong Luanhai. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. His eyes flickered. Even he didn't expect that his sword formation would be broken at this time. At the same time, Yang Guilao fell into the sea of Fong Luanhai. The sea of Fong Luanhai is the sea of bitterness in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Death is certain for those who fall into it. Xueqi said in a deep voice. Yang Guilao had schemed to deal with Jiang Chen, but in the end, he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang, it's your turn now. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. Yang Guilao was dead. Now, there was no one who could threaten Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. His heart was filled with shock. The Ashura sword formation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The key was the terror of the 7th grade fighters. Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation. When he could fully control the 72 peerless fighters, the Ashura sword formation would be even more terrifying. Jiang Chen turned around and stepped on the sky ascension stairway, rapidly heading towards the white jade palace of the Emperor of the Cosmos. I don't know if big brother Jiang can get the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's going to be very dangerous. Fortunately, he has broken through the stellar level. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to succeed. Luo Ying said worriedly. Now that Jiang Chen had left, they didn't know where Jiang Chen would go. Luo Ying's heart was filled with anxiety. Xueqi smiled. His daughter's thoughts had already flown away with Jiang Chen. At this time, he was also very gratified. He hoped that Jiang Chen could live up to everyone's expectations and return as an expert. Otherwise, wouldn't he be letting down his daughter? For the sake of the safety of the entire Heaven Awakening star region, Jiang Chen had followed him all the way. They had overcome many obstacles and killed many enemies to protect the Heaven Awakening star region. However, Jiang Chen was the only one left to walk. Even if he was full of confidence, he still hadn't been able to cross the sea of reincarnation. Perhaps the treasures and inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos weren't fated to be with him. Don't worry. Jiang Chen definitely won't disappoint you. He has never disappointed anyone. Without his existence, the Heaven Awakening star region will definitely be beyond redemption. Xiao Yuan won't be able to get rid of him either. Jiang Chen is a virtuous person, and his strength isn't any weaker than yours. Your worries are unnecessary. I think the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was specially left for him. Ha ha ha. We can't even take half a step forward. Let him experience his final moments by himself. Xueqi smiled. Yes, I understand, father. However, I'm still worried. I hope he's fine. Although there's no danger anymore, no one can guarantee that the White Jade Palace is absolutely safe, Luo Ying said. Luo Ying muttered. Then I'll accompany you and wait for Jiang Chen's triumphant return. Xueqi crossed his arms and nodded. Thank you, father, Luo Ying said. However, at this time, Jiang Chen had already reached the other shore and was in front of the White Jade Palace. After crossing the other shore, Jiang Chen could clearly see that the White Jade Palace wasn't as luxurious as he had imagined. It was a courtyard filled with fallen leaves. Inside the White Jade Palace, the doors were tightly shut, and the windows were locked. In the courtyard, There was a white jade stone and a golden cassia tree. The cassia tree covered half of the palace, blocking the sun and reaching the sky. There was no terrifying pressure here, nor was there any unknown danger. Jiang Chen's faith was stirred as he looked at the white jade stone door. However, when he reached the door, Jiang Chen couldn't push it open no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't something that could be pushed open with force. There must be some profound mystery behind it. Jiang Chen looked left and right. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't find the mystery behind the white jade stone door. A piece of cinnamomum cassia. The years have sharpened the dust of the past. Looking back, I only dare to ask the one who came. Jiang Chen murmured. On the left side of the white jade stone door, there was a line of poetry. What did it mean? A piece of cinnamomum cassia. It should be referring to the cinnamomum cassia. Jiang Chen raised his head and died. However, at this time, he didn't understand what was going on. Did he still need to ask the one who came? Wasn't that asking himself? Looking back at the bleak place, the ground was covered with golden leaves. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This poem must be the key to entering the White Jade Palace. Although there was no danger at this time, it wasn't easy to enter. This Emperor of the Cosmos was really full of mysteries. Did his inheritance really exist in this White Jade Palace? It was still too early to say these things. However, if he couldn't understand the meaning of the poem, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to forcefully break the white jade stone door. He had tried many times to no avail. He understood that the Emperor of the Cosmos's fortune wasn't something he could reach. Looking back at the bleak place, he only dared to ask the one who came. He had to ask himself why he had appeared here. He had to ask himself, and he had to ask Jin Gue Shu. At this time, under cinnamomum cassia, Jiang Chen slowly sat down. His impetuous mood had been greatly improved. Acting rashly wouldn't do. It seemed that he still had to test his own comprehension. Jiang Chen constantly calmed his inner state of mind and began to enter the state of cultivation. He asked himself, asked cinnamomum cassia, how to open the door, how to reach the true great fortune. Time passed by minute by minute. Jiang Chen didn't know the flow of the world at all. His mood became incomparably carefree and incomparably restrained. At this time, he was very quiet and very calm. He forgot all the love and hatred in his heart and entered a rare state of meditation. The fluttering golden leaves kept sliding down his face. Jiang Chen's heart had gone through many baptisms. Every time a leaf fell, it seemed to be a change. It was a kind of life, an inexplicable path of reincarnation. Not knowing why, Jiang Chen sat under cinnamomum cassia. He was incomparably quiet and peaceful. It was like a cultivation, more like a kind of his own sublimation. His mood was a lot calmer. There was no killing, no emotional entanglement. There was only that kind of state without desires. Cinnamomum cassia, perhaps, was the source of this enlightenment. Chapter 50-17. Jiang Chen stared at the cinnamomum cassia in front of the white jade residence. Its branches were luxuriant, and its golden leaves were extremely dazzling. There were also many branches in the surroundings, and the fallen leaves covered the entire area, forming a golden path. This cinnamomum cassia was truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen silently sat down under the cinnamomum cassia. He wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao according to the meaning of the poem. Maybe all the secrets were hidden within the cinnamomum cassia. Jiang Chen had no distractions in his heart as he slowly closed his eyes. When Jiang Chen closed his eyes, his thoughts flew out. It was as if he had turned into a fish, swimming around the heavens and earth. It was a very comfortable feeling. The thoughts of a human could change in an instant. To Jiang Chen, comprehending the heavenly Tao under the cinnamomum cassia was his only chance. Cinnamomum cassia was extremely vast, and it gave off an aura of peace and tranquility. Under the cinnamomum cassia, he could feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation and expansion. It was as though he had laid down his mental state, and all the pressure he felt had vanished into thin air. Gradually entering a meditative state, he gradually sensed the chi of heaven and earth, bringing forth a sense of peace and tranquility. Jiang Chen could feel his own innate astral souls becoming more and more comfortable. Innate astral souls were one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. There were many stellar-level experts who were unable to condense their own innate astral souls, and Jiang Chen was one in a million. This time around, his innate astral souls were steadily growing stronger. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited. Once his innate astral souls grew stronger, his strength would also rise along with it. There was no need to doubt this point. Astral soul travel. This feeling is too wonderful. A sense of comfort involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. His innate astral soul continued to grow stronger and stronger. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that the cinnamomum kasha above his head was like a kind old uncle, watching him slowly grow and become stronger. Jiang Chen was filled with gratification. The feeling that cinnamomum kasha brought to him was indescribable, but it also brought him endless benefits. Jiang Chen knew that this cinnamomum kasha was not ordinary. A single thought traveled thousands of miles. His thoughts flew freely. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was extremely agitated. His innate astral soul had once again advanced to the next level, allowing him to receive boundless benefits. This cinnamomum kasha didn't say anything, yet she was his benefactor. The branches of cinnamomum kasha swayed with the wind. When Jiang Chen looked at it, his face was filled with a smile. At this moment, he could clearly feel the existence of cinnamomum kasha. It was like a kind and benevolent old man, gently caressing his shoulders. Jiang Chen knew that his state of mind had merged with cinnamomum kasha. He could feel its existence. This cinnamomum kasha wasn't simple. It truly wasn't simple. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but since it could appear in front of the white jade residence of Emperor of the Cosmos, it was sufficient to show how much importance the Emperor of the Cosmos placed on it. Rumble. A humming sound rang out. The ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet started to split apart. Jiang Chen frowned. What made him shocked was that a heaven ascension stairway appeared before him. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited. Heaven ascension stairway. It was the heaven ascension stairway again. This was already the fourth segment of the heaven ascension stairway. After obtaining the heaven ascension stairway, his speed would be even faster and more powerful. Also, Jiang Chen still hadn't fully understood the uses of the heaven ascension stairway. But at this crucial moment, the heaven ascension stairway had become his only chance. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to keep the heaven ascension stairway. This was a treasure. An absolute treasure. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how many segments the heaven ascension stairway had, he already had 4 in his hands. The Emperor of the Cosmos had placed the heaven ascension stairway in front of his door. If it was him, he would definitely know the uses of the heaven ascension stairway. Jiang Chen was wild with joy. He had already obtained enough treasures from the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if he left now, he wouldn't have any regrets. However, Jiang Chen knew that the true inheritance was still far from appearing. Creak. At this moment, the door unexpectedly opened. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This white jade residence should be the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen was very excited. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the legendary Emperor of the Cosmos. He was the true king, the supreme expert of the universe, standing at the peak of the eternal world. No one could compete with him. Jiang Chen had always admired the Emperor of the Cosmos. To be able to stand at the peak of the eternal world, one could imagine how powerful such a person was. As for how the Emperor of the Cosmos had fallen, Jiang Chen didn't know. However, in his inheritance, Jiang Chen was able to witness the glory of many Emperor of the Cosmos. This was already a very fortunate thing for Jiang Chen. After going through many difficulties and obstacles, he finally arrived at the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Here, he truly felt the might of an expert. Regardless of treasures or other existences, none of them could be comprehended by himself. This was the spirit of an emperor. This was the glory of an emperor. Jiang Chen experienced many life and death situations. Being able to reach this step, he didn't only depend on strength, he also depended on luck. However, what he truly cared about was whether the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos would allow him to find traces of Feng Er. He had a premonition that Feng Er was in this tomb. If not, how could he have received the warning? If it wasn't for Feng Er's warning, he would have long left this place. In fact, he might not even be able to reach this step. It was precisely because of Feng Er's existence that he was able to become a true winner. He was the last one to arrive at the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. There was no longer any sense of danger here. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of tranquility. Comprehending the Tao under the cinnamomum kasha was the most reverent thing Jiang Chen had to the Emperor of the Cosmos. Cinnamomum kasha had an indescribable effect on the enhancement of his astral souls. Jiang Chen calmed his emotions. With an incomparably solemn expression, he stepped into the white jade residence. What kind of inheritance would the Emperor of the Cosmos obtain in the end would depend on his own luck. Whether or not he could become the successor of the Emperor of the Cosmos, everything was still unknown. After Jiang Chen entered the white jade residence, the expression in his eyes became even more sincere, as well as solemn. There was nothing in the surroundings, only a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a screen with a stone sculpture. On top of the stone sculpture, there was a rock that spread its wings and soared in the skies. However, when Jiang Chen focused his gaze, there was actually a person standing in front of the stone sculpture. Indeed, it was a person, clad in a gray robe. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Who was this person? Chapter 50:18. Although the long sword was not unsheathed, it gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Jiang Chen seemed to see thousands of sword essences shrouding him in an instant. And the source of the thousands of sword essences was the man in the gray robe. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Jian Chen. The man in the gray robe said faintly. Jiang Chen was stunned. He did not expect that he could really speak. If you break my sword essence, you can enter the Great Emperor's palace and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperor. Jian Chen's voice was very hoarse, but Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure. The pressure did not seem to come from him, but from the endless sword essences that were crushing down from all directions. After thousands of years, you are still alive? Who are you? Jiang Chen was very curious. Jian Chen was the only living person he had seen in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a lot of things he wanted to ask and get to the bottom of. I am not a human, Jian Chen said. Jiang Chen was stunned. Are you kidding me? You are not a human? Then what are you? I am the sword essence left by the Great Emperor. I am named Jian Chen. I am just a sword essence, the sword essence of the Great Emperor. Jian Chen's voice was very calm. At this time, he slowly pulled out the scabbard and pointed the sword at Jiang Chen. A soaring momentum suffocated Jiang Chen. Not a human? Just a sword essence. But it was not an ordinary sword essence. It was the sword essence of the Emperor of the Cosmos. As long as he could break through this sword intent, he would be able to reach the great sovereign's palace. Jiang Chen still felt that the sword intent was not as simple as it seemed. It was a very shocking and distressing thing for Jiang Chen to be able to form a sword intent and survive for thousands of years. But he had no way out. He could only fight. The sword essence of a great emperor. Looks like I'll have to treat it well this time. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with passion. His lips curled into a smile. Right now, his strength had reached the fifth sky of the star realm. He was worried that he didn't have anyone to fight. He wanted to test how strong he was. During the battle with Yang Guolao previously, Jiang Chen had not had enough. Unfortunately, Yang Guolao had been sent into the Fang Luanhai and died without a burial. This time, Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to experience the sword essence of Emperor of the Cosmos, so he was very shocked. He was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't know if he would still be lucky enough to enter if he lost. Even death would only be a matter of a thought. There was no doubt about the strength of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The sword essence that he left behind was definitely terrifying. Whether they could rise to the top and achieve the final success depended on the Sky Dragon sword in his hand. It's up to you. Jiang Chen took out the Sky Dragon sword and slowly stroked the blade. The Sky Dragon sword also emitted waves of sword humming, as if it had a resonance with Jiang Chen. In this battle against Jian Chen, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was high. The sword essence of Emperor of the Cosmos was definitely unparalleled. He might be able to comprehend the Tao from it. If it was someone else, they would definitely think of their own life and death. But for Jiang Chen, he was also a person who loved the sword as much as his life. Perhaps, the same was true for the Emperor of the Cosmos. Kill! Jiang Chen raised his sword. His sword moved like a dragon and the wind and clouds surged. His limitless sword had never met an opponent. When he first entered the tomb of the great emperor, he saw the sword essence on the stone wall. For Jiang Chen, it was a great improvement. This time, whether the limitless sword could make a breakthrough or not depended on this move. When Jian Chen saw Jiang Chen move, he also moved. His figure was like a sword, sharp as a sword. When he drew his sword, the light flashed. It was so bright that Jiang Chen couldn't open his eyes. What a strong sword! Jiang Chen took a deep breath in his heart. His face was extremely dignified. In the battle between experts, every move carried the momentum of a king. This was the sword essence of the Emperor of the Cosmos. That sword was the one that made the Sky Dragon sword excited. It was the first sword that Jiang Chen had seen in his life. It was not inferior to the Sky Dragon sword. Jiang Chen was surging and slashing. It leaped between the heavens and the earth. Wherever the sword essence passed, it seemed to be very light, but in fact, it was very powerful. This kind of sword essence gave Jiang Chen a great shock. He knew that he could never reach such a level. Even if it was the limitless sword, unparalleled in the world, Jiang Chen's sword still had endless changes. This was the biggest characteristic of the limitless sword. However, Jiang Chen was different. Every step he took was calm and every strike of his sword was natural. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't do the same leisurely strolling in the courtyard. The sword essence was the sword essence, and Jiang Chen was the sword essence itself. So when the sword fell, it was integrated and there was no stagnation at all. Jiang Chen was very clear how powerful Jiang Chen's power was. Both of them had completely different styles. Jiang Chen pursued a simple and unpretentious aura, calmly cutting through the universe. On the other hand, Jiang Chen pursued a myriad of things. There was nothing that couldn't be broken. He acted according to his nature and his blade was born. However, Jiang Chen knew that the limitless sword had no limits. He knew this better than anyone else in the sword Dao he cultivated. Even when he entered the tomb of the great sovereign and obtained the sword scar inheritance, Jiang Chen did not completely integrate the sword scar. Instead, he blended the sword scar and comprehended the true essence of the 30 sword. The peak of the limitless sword was the transformation of the 30 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. 30 swords. The 3 swords overlapped, and the heavy sword essence sealed the void. Jiang Chen ignored everything. The Overlord sword was in the sky, sweeping the universe. One sword out, thousands of swords moved. The intent moved 3,000 feet, the wind swept the heaven and earth, the sword rose and shocked the clouds, and the arrogance between the eyebrows. The power of the 30th sword wasn't weak, but Jiang Chen was able to break it easily. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind was in turmoil. Wasn't this too terrifying? He actually broke the 30 swords, which made Jiang Chen's confidence plummet. The 30 swords was the end of the limitless sword, at least for now. This made Jiang Chen feel a little disappointed. The 30 swords that he was proud of was broken just like that? This was not scientific. This was impossible. Although his heart was full of shock, Jiang Chen was still very rational. This battle was far from ending so quickly. Jiang Chen's sword momentum also took the opportunity to change again, or in other words, from the beginning to the end, he did not stop. Although there was not much difference, that kind of smooth and delicate skill did not seem to be the power of the sword essence at all. Jiang Chen was full of shock and dumbfounded. The 30 swords was broken in such a casual way. This made Jiang Chen speechless. His own efforts were not worth mentioning? Everything that Jiang Chen had, the fusion of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword, was it really so vulnerable? What sword technique is this? Jiang Chen could not help but blurt out. The sword of no beginning, the method of no beginning. Chapter 50-19. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing because Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had brought him to another world. It was a strange and dazzling world. The swordsmanship traversed the void and crisscrossed. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was only the no-beginning swordsmanship that had defeated him. Jiang Chen had never imagined that the sword essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship was completely different from his own. In his opinion, all the swordsmanship in the world had the same goal. His limitless sword had opened up an unprecedented path. However, the no-beginning swordsmanship shocked him greatly. The no-beginning swordsmanship was also the same path as the limitless sword. It was self-contained, but it was not really the same. The two swordsmanship were not in the same boat as the secular world and had their own domineering sword chi. Jiang Chen could feel the power of the limitless sword technique. The sword intent of the limitless sword technique was left behind by the great emperor of Star River. There was no doubt that it was powerful. The integration of the sword technique was far from as simple as he had imagined. Jiang Chen was the peak sword of the emperor of the cosmos. However, the current Jiang Chen was far from the peak of the limitless sword. The gap between the two was obvious. Jiang Chen was deeply moved by the no-beginning swordsmanship. He had also comprehended a lot of sword essence from it. The reason why the no-beginning swordsmanship could be so powerful was that it had abandoned many useless moves. No move was better than having a move. The beginning and the end of the no-beginning were completed in an instant. Therefore, this sword essence had been passed down for thousands of years. Jiang Chen was extremely excited and his heart was filled with the desire to fight. He had comprehended the profound meaning of the no-beginning swordsmanship. If he integrated it with his limitless sword, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level and shine brightly. The sword essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship was the peak, which was above all other swordsmanship. There was no beginning and no end. This was the essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship. The sword of no beginning emphasized on having no beginning, no end, no rest, and no end. The sword of no boundary was different, but it also emphasized on having no end. When the two were added together, it was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, this sword intent carried too much tyranny. Jiang Chen couldn't swallow it at all. Comprehension was one thing, but the terror of this sword intent was self-evident. If he wanted to devour this sword intent, Jiang Chen's strength was far from enough. From Jiang Chen's point of view, this sword intent was the most perfect sword intent in his mind. It was the pinnacle sword left behind by the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was a real treasure, at least for him. If it were someone else, they might not be able to understand how terrifying the real sword intent was. However, Jiang Chen's attack didn't stop. He continued to charge forward, destroying everything in his path without stopping. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's attacks were unable to take him down for a long time. Fortunately, his limitless sword was getting stronger and stronger. It had integrated a little of the endless sword essence. Finally, the limitless sword had another breakthrough. The 31st blade. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. The strength of the limitless sword and Jiang Chen's limitless sword technique overlapped each other continuously. Jiang Chen finally understood how powerful Great Sovereign Starry River was. Jiang Chen's limitless sword technique was extremely terrifying. The 31st blade was indeed powerful. However, no matter how hard Jiang Chen tried, he couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. This was because this was a sword intent. It was invisible and intangible. It couldn't be erased or killed. This was the most fatal thing. The battle between the 31st blade and Jiang Chen was dazzling. However, in the end, they couldn't do anything to each other. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's mind raced. Since he couldn't destroy it, he would have to see if he could suppress it. If he could suppress this sword intent and integrate it bit by bit, then it would benefit Jiang Chen a lot. His limitless sword would also improve by leaps and bounds. Buddha Prison Palace, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn. He took out the Buddha Prison Palace and flew across the sky. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder. The Buddha Prison Palace flew into the sky and landed on Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen kept struggling, but he couldn't escape. It's done? Jiang Chen was ecstatic. It seemed that the Buddha Prison Palace was really a big treasure. It could even suppress the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent. It was really shocking. With Jiang Chen's continuous suppression, Jiang Chen finally lost his ability to resist and was suppressed in the Buddha Prison Palace. At this time, he completely became a sword intent without a sword edge. Perfect, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as if he was relieved of a burden. The sword Chen returned to its tranquil state, floating in Buddha Prison Palace. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. Once he had completely digested the 31st sword, he would fuse with it. At that time, the limitless sword would improve rapidly. Emperor of the Cosmos, now I should be qualified enough to receive your inheritance, Jiang Chen said faintly. He walked past the screen and came to the last hall. The white jade mansion was very elegant. The last hall didn't have any gorgeous decorations. There was only one person in a green robe with white hair and a golden body. He stood with his hands clasped. The figure was ordinary, but it was broad and vigorous like the rivers and seas. The majestic posture made Jiang Chen fascinated. Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Chen frowned. The figure in green and gold slowly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. It was domineering and cold, but it was irresistible. You're finally here. Emperor of the Cosmos said slowly and looked at Jiang Chen. You knew I was coming? Jiang Chen was shocked. More or less. More than 7,000 years ago, I sensed your existence and predicted the changes in the world. I knew you would definitely come. The eyes of the Emperor of Cosmos weren't radiating with light, nor were they filled with arrogance. Instead, they were extremely calm and gentle, like a benevolent elder chatting with a junior, unruffled and in high spirits. 7,000 years ago, he predicted that I would definitely come? Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The great Emperor of Cosmos was indeed the great Emperor of Cosmos, a figure that stood at the peak of the eternal world. 7,000 years ago, I shouldn't have entered the eternal world, right? At that time, how did Emperor of the Cosmos predict it? However, none of that mattered anymore, because the Cosmos Emperor was able to discover his existence and deduce the process of his appearance. To him, this was an unimaginable feat. The eternal world never lacked powerhouses. Even Luo Yunyang had encountered countless powerhouses along the way. A fifth-level star state could at most dominate the heaven-awakening star system. Once he left this place, who knew how many stronger powerhouses were waiting for him to catch up to? If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. I'll answer them for you. Emperor of the Cosmos smiled. Jiang Chen raised his brows in delight. Chapter 50-20. In Jiang Chen's heart, there was only a longing for his son. Although the great emperor's inheritance was full of temptations, Jiang Chen still put his son first. If Feng hadn't left the divine world, then Jiang Chen wouldn't have left the divine world with his big brother and second brother and rushed into the eternal world. This was the real world of high martial arts, even above the divine world. However, all of this was not as important as his son. Therefore, when the Emperor of the Cosmos asked about Jiang Chen, the first thing that came to his mind was Feng, not the great emperor's inheritance. You are indeed a man of affection and righteousness, and you are also a good father. Jiang Feng has indeed been here, but he has already left. My place of inheritance is my destiny. Even I can't change it. Everything in the world goes through reincarnation. Even as the great emperor of the 9 realms, I can't see everything in the world. Therefore, even if I divine that you would appear in my place of inheritance and obtain my inheritance, Jiang Feng is indeed a special existence. His comprehension is extremely high, something that I have never seen in my life. Even you can't catch up to him. However, because of this, he has jumped out of my deduction layout. Even I can't see his future. The words of the Emperor of the Cosmos made Jiang Chen very excited. It seemed that Feng was still alive and had come here. No wonder he had received a warning from Feng. The news that Feng was still alive was really exciting for Jiang Chen. May I ask, Great Emperor, where is my son Feng now? Jiang Chen looked at the Emperor of the Cosmos and asked in a deep voice. The Emperor of the Cosmos shook his head. I imparted 30% of my legacy to him out of my love for talent. It's hard to describe with words. He shouldn't have appeared here, but he did. That's why I gave him some good fortune. Even if he enters the eternal world, he should be able to protect himself. Jiang Chen was a little disappointed. However, 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos's inheritance was unimaginable for anyone. This showed how much the Emperor of the Cosmos loved his son. His love for talent was indescribable. This was the greatest praise for Jiang Feng. This was also what made Jiang Chen most gratified. Thank you, Great Emperor. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and bowed, his eyes filled with devotion and reverence. Although the Emperor of the Cosmos only had 30% of the inheritance, it was probably enough for many people to enjoy for a lifetime. I'm fated with you, but I'm also fated with your son. It can be considered a stroke of luck, ha ha ha. Since it has come to this, you are my successor. Everything I have in my life will be passed on to you. Jiang Chen has learned a lot. I will not bring shame to the name of the great emperor, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He had learned from the Emperor of the Cosmos that as long as Feng was fine, everything would be fine. He would also have one less worry. I deduced you for 3,000 years. I believe you will not bring shame to me. The Emperor of the Cosmos nodded slightly. You have already obtained the endless sword essence. As for how far you can refine it, it will depend on your own fortune. You have also obtained the star core. I really didn't expect someone to be able to refine such an existence. It should be that guy Long Futu. The Emperor of the Cosmos smiled. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Your fortune is truly not small. Although Long Futu hasn't reached my level, his astral tyrannical body is famous throughout the eternal world. He can be said to be invincible. His existence is also an anomaly. What a pity, sigh. Countless experts have already fallen. My inheritance is that cinnamomum kasha. Cinnamomum kasha contains my life's worth of wisdom. Its mental energy is incomparably powerful. Your innate astral soul has just broken out of the ground and can only be considered a child. As for cinnamomum kasha, it can allow your mental energy to unceasingly improve, allowing you to transcend your limits. This cinnamomum kasha is something I found at the beginning of the primal chaos. It's a true origin tree that has existed for tens of thousands of years, undying and indestructible. It has its own mental energy, but it doesn't have its own consciousness. It's an extremely important existence in your cultivation of your innate astral soul. Innate astral souls are divided into a total of 9 stars. Only when you have a 9-star astral soul can you become an existence like me. Your inheritance, your improvement, it's still a long way to go. This is the divine will art. It's the work of my life. With a thought I can go to heaven, with a thought I can go to hell, with a thought I can go to reincarnation, with a thought I can go to eternal life. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. The Emperor of the Cosmos waved his hand, and the divine will art appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. It was as vast as the sea, broad and profound. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. Although the soul-seizing divine art was also very powerful, it couldn't be compared to the divine will art. This was the true treasure. With a thought, the mountains and rivers would shatter. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. What an overbearing divine will art. What powerful mental energy. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with boundless shock. Just the divine will art alone was enough to give him endless benefits. Moreover, the mystical power of cinnamomum kasha made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. It was unimaginable that it was a primal chaos treasure. Do you know why I'm called the Emperor of the Cosmos? It's because of my peerless technique, the star-picking hand. The Emperor of the Cosmos said confidently. Star-picking hand? Jiang Chen looked at the Emperor of the Cosmos in puzzlement. The star-picking hand is something I comprehended after comprehending the Tao for 9,000 years in the galaxy. The origin of Genesis Qi is transformed into the star-picking hand, which leads to the peak of the galaxy. With the power of the stars, a divine seal descends from the sky. With one hand, one can grasp the blue sky and pluck the stars. The biggest characteristic of the star-picking hand is that it fuses the power of the stars with source power. The palm of source power holds the light of the stars, stirring the myriad changes of the galaxy, and becomes the star-picking hand. After the Emperor of the Cosmos finished speaking, he transmitted his star-picking hand into Jiang Chen's mind. At that moment, the Emperor of the Cosmos grabbed at the blue sky, and the azure palm continued to grow larger and larger. Eventually, it shrank from the galaxy and returned to the front of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The majestic star-picking hand could crush everything, making Jiang Chen click his tongue in admiration. The terrifying star-seizing palm was even more frightening than divine weapons. That was because the power of the star-seizing palm was tempered within the resplendent Milky Way. The might of the star-seizing palm was boundless and unfathomable. Jiang Chen was fascinated by the Emperor of the Cosmos's star-picking hand. It was no wonder that he was called the Emperor of the Cosmos. The star-picking hand was the most terrifying power Jiang Chen had ever seen, and it could overcome all difficulties and dangers. This is the star-picking hand. If you practice it well, you will master it in 3 to 5 months. The power of the star-picking hand is too great, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to master it, so you must be careful. Don't use it carelessly. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Many almighty experts know about my star-picking hand. In order to prevent others from coveting you, you must hide it well. The Emperor of the Cosmos said earnestly. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen grasped at the blue sky, and the same star-picking hand appeared in front of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Emperor of the Cosmos was completely dumbfounded. Is that so? Chapter 50-21. The Emperor of the Cosmos was stunned. As an emperor throughout the ages, there wasn't much that could shock him. However, Jiang Chen's astounding star-picking palm had shocked him. If it wasn't for his status, he would have cursed Jiang Chen. How was this possible? He completed it in one move? He didn't need to practice at all? Could it be that this was the so-called chosen one? He mastered it in one move. It seemed like he hadn't even learned it yet. However, even if the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen's star-picking palm was already very proficient. This was unbelievable. This was a legend. The existence of a legend surprised the Emperor of the Cosmos. The power of the stars. It's so mysterious. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed a dragon among men. Senior Longfutu taught me the cultivation method of the power of the stars. I didn't expect the Emperor of the Cosmos to be able to fuse the power of the stars with the source power. The star-picking palm is indeed mysterious, Jiang Chen said solemnly. He was full of respect for the Emperor of the Cosmos. As expected. He. It seems like the person I deduced is indeed extraordinary. I know you care about your son, but don't forget to cultivate well. If one day you can also become an Emperor of the Cosmos, perhaps this world will become even more colorful. The Emperor of the Cosmos said with a smile. Remember, the star-picking palm is divided into 4 realms. Small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and absolute accomplishment. Every step is very difficult. Although you are very close to the small accomplishment, you must remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You can't be arrogant. There are 4 realms of the star-picking palm. Every realm is an earth-shattering change. However, the changes are the same. You still need to control them yourself. The great Emperor of the Cosmos put away his smile and said sternly. Jiang Chen was meticulous as he carefully listened to Emperor of the Cosmos's teachings. Although he had grasped the power of the stars and could use the star-seizing hand with ease, it wasn't easy to truly master it to perfection. Emperor of the Cosmos had relied on his own supreme divine art to master the star-seizing hand and was unrivaled in the entire everlasting world. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the star-seizing hand would be when it reached a higher realm. Even though it hadn't even reached the minor accomplishment realm, Jiang Chen was still very shocked. This star-plucking palm made him feel an unparalleled might. Jiang Chen will definitely keep this in mind and never forget the teachings of the great emperor. I will never forget the grace of inheritance, Jiang Chen said seriously. Also, the divine judgment brush needs to be controlled with mental strength. The brush moves like dragons and snakes, sealing the universe, drawing out a spatial enchantment, and blocking everything. However, if you want to carve out your own world, your strength is still far from enough. This is a divine weapon given to me by a friend of mine. It's a 9th grade combat weapon, and it's also quite terrifying. For the current you, it's a true divine weapon. Emperor of the Cosmos explained. I see. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. If it wasn't for Emperor of the Cosmos's explanation, perhaps he wouldn't have known the use of this divine judgment brush. In that case, you can be considered to have obtained all of my inheritance. Cinnamomum Kasha, star-seizing hand. These are the treasures of my life. I hope you can become stronger and add a ray of light to the righteous path in this world. Emperor of the Cosmos said with a sigh. The end of the Milky Way is unpredictable. The heavens and earth are vast, and nothing is too strange. The eternal world is incomparably cruel. If you want to survive, you can only become stronger. This is the only way. When the day comes that you can traverse the Milky Way, you will understand the true meaning of my words. Great Emperor, Jiang Chen still has one thing that I don't understand. I hope that the great Emperor can enlighten me. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. Speak your mind. This heaven-ascending stairway, what kind of treasure is it? I already have 3 segments of the heaven-ascending stairway. Including the segment above the Sea of Reincarnation, I have 4 segments. I know that this heaven-ascending stairway is extraordinary, but I don't know what it's used for. Jiang Chen was filled with curiosity. The heaven-ascending stairway had always been a mystery in his heart. However, until today, Jiang Chen still didn't know what the heaven-ascending stairway was for. Today, he had met the Emperor of the Cosmos. He also had a segment of the heaven-ascending stairway, so Jiang Chen was extremely curious. He couldn't wait to quickly ask the Emperor of the Cosmos to dispel his doubts. The Emperor of the Cosmos's expression became somewhat complicated as he shook his head helplessly. Now is not the time for you to know about it. Remember, don't let anyone else know about it. This heaven-ascending stairway is related to an extremely secretive secret. Even I don't know about it. What I can tell you is also very limited. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally know about it. Protect these 4 segments well. At a crucial moment, they might be able to save your life. The Emperor of the Cosmos said. Jiang Chen could see that the Emperor of the Cosmos definitely had some hidden troubles that he couldn't reveal to him. However, the Emperor of the Cosmos definitely didn't have any ill intentions towards him. He didn't want him to know about it because he wanted to protect him. Jiang Chen will remember this. Jiang Chen nodded his head. All right, I have passed on everything I can to you. I hope that you will be able to find your son soon. Feng Er is a good child. The Emperor of the Cosmos smiled and slowly turned around. At this moment, he turned into a golden ray of light and disappeared into the void. There wasn't a trace of him left. Jiang Chen originally wanted to ask the Emperor of the Cosmos a few more questions. However, he didn't have the chance to do so in the end. However, Jiang Chen obtained the star-picking hand and Cinnamomum Kasha. These were his biggest gains. There was also the Divine Will Art, which was the supreme inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. In the future, he would definitely be able to sweep across the universe. Even if he wandered in the eternal world, he would still have the strength to protect himself. Farewell, great Emperor. Jiang Chen bowed slightly. However, the Emperor of the Cosmos had already disappeared. He knew that it was also time for him to leave this place. He didn't know how many people were buried in this graveyard. Those who were too greedy would not be pitied even if they died. Jiang Chen was able to reach the last step. For him, it was also because of the courage that Feng Er gave him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen really didn't know whether he would have fallen halfway. Feng Er, wait for your father. It won't take long for me to find you. I definitely will. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. He turned around and raised his hand. Cinnamomum Kasha fell into his hand and became the size of a palm. This scene was witnessed by Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu on the other side of the river. Such a big Cinnamomum Kasha was in Jiang Chen's pocket. It seemed that he had now obtained the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen stood in front of the white jade mansion. His eyes were sharp. He flew up and stepped on the sky ascending ladder, flying towards Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu. Chapter 50-22. Big Brother Jiang. Luo Ying was elated when she saw Jiang Chen. She had been silently waiting for his triumphant return for a long time, because she firmly believed that Jiang Chen would definitely return. How was it, Brother Jiang? Qi Yeyu also looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Although he hadn't obtained the inheritance of the great emperor, he couldn't deny that Jiang Chen was much more outstanding than him. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Jiang Chen's faint smile represented everything. Qi Yeyu couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Good. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. The new generation will replace the old. Ha 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 ha. Qi Yeyu was relieved. He was happy for Jiang Chen. After all, the inheritance of the great emperor hadn't fallen into the hands of evil people. Otherwise, there would have been a reign of terror in the Heaven Awakening Star region. As the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Star region, Qi Yeyu's greatest gratification was that the Heaven Awakening Star region was safe and sound. This was the happiest thing for him. After he had been defeated by Xiao Yueyan, the entire Heaven Awakening Star region had fallen into a state of unrest. Now was the time to go back and take a look. Then let's hurry up and go. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and the three of them quickly left the tomb of the great emperor. After the three of them left, a frightening whirlpool appeared in the middle of the water curtain mountain, and a large amount of water poured into the tomb of the great emperor. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they quickly left the water curtain mountain and headed straight for the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City Lord's mansion. Now that the City Lord hasn't returned for a long time, the country can't be without a ruler. Young Master, please temporarily take over the position of City Lord. Yun Lingfei will definitely protect you. No one will come to cause trouble. Yun Lingfei's eyes were solemn as he spoke solemnly. Although he was the strongest in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, he didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to rebel. He knew that he was a talented general, not a talented commander. Moreover, he didn't want to deal with so many affairs every day. Being the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was his biggest goal. What was bad about that? Yun Lingfei viewed the Horsemen of the Apocalypse as his own, and he was filled with affection for the Heaven Awakened Starfield. He didn't want the Heaven Awakened Starfield to become worse and worse without a leader. Many people were eyeing the position of the Heaven Awakened Starfield's overlord. Now was the best time for Qi Mohan to take over. Qi Mohan shook his head with a gloomy expression. My father hasn't returned yet, so I can't become the City Lord. As long as my father is here, I will be here. I will live and die with my father and the apocalyptic Galaxy City. Qi Mohan said solemnly. In the past few days, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City had become more and more restless. Many people were ready to take action. The experts from the other stars had also gathered here. It was very likely that they would rebel at this time. If Chi Mohan ascended to the throne at this time, it would undoubtedly mean that the City Lord of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City wouldn't be able to return. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there would be people taking advantage of the situation. At that time, they would no longer be able to control the situation. Even if they had Yun Lingfei, the commander of the Heavenly Awakening Knights, he might not be able to stop those thieves. After all, many experts were gathered in the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. Who knew how many people were eyeing the #1 position in the Heavenly Awakening star field? But the situation right now is getting more and more chaotic. Someone has to come out and uphold justice. Yun Lingfei frowned. If I become the City Lord at this time, what will the others think? I'm far from my father's prestige. At this time, many people will definitely think that I'm not fit to be the City Lord. At that time, it will give them an opportunity to take advantage of me. As long as my father hasn't returned, they will always be afraid of taking action. So we can only bide our time. If we make a move, we will lose. Chi Mohan's face was solemn. Yun Lingfei pondered for a moment. Like father, like son. Although the City Lord's eldest son wasn't as strong as him, his mind was much clearer than Yun Lingfei's. This was something that Yun Lingfei couldn't compare to. The current situation was indeed very chaotic. There could be a riot at any time. If it wasn't controlled well, it would cause the entire Heavenly Awakening starfield to fall into chaos. At that time, even the Heavenly Awakening Knights would be left in the dust. If that was the case, their idea might be good, but it might very well backfire. Yun Lingfei indeed didn't realize this point. Then what should we do now? There are many stellar-level experts outside of the Heavenly Awakening starfield. They are already thinking of rebelling. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is more difficult to control than we thought. There could be a riot at any time. It has already been more than 2 months since the City Lord left. Yun Lingfei frowned. There was no doubt that he was worried. Chi Mohan was also very clear that if it wasn't for the deterrence of the Heavenly Awakening Knights and Yun Lingfei's presence, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would have been in complete chaos. Biding their time now was the best opportunity. Once this balance was broken, they might never be able to get back what they had lost. Yun Lingfei could only choose to remain silent. At this time, Chi Mohan's words were clearly more reasonable. Although he was now the ruler of the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, he was still indebted to the old City Lord. Yun Lingfei definitely wouldn't choose to rebel. I wonder how father is now, Chi Mohan muttered. So much time had passed. His sister had also vanished into thin air. His father still hadn't returned. Could it be that this trip to the great emperor's tomb had ended just like that? His father's voice was still ringing in his ears. Chi Mohan couldn't believe it. Father actually died? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had to wait for his father to return. He had already lost a sister. He definitely couldn't lose his father as well. His mother was heartbroken every day. He was even more anxious. The turbulent Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was the biggest worry in his heart right now. The old City Lord will definitely be fine. His strength is outstanding. Others can't compare to him. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Although that was the case, he was just hoping that the old City Lord would return soon. Only under his leadership, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would become better and more prosperous. I hope so. Chi Mohan's heart was filled with grief. His eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the sky. Father, you must come back. Not good. Not good. The soldiers of the Heavenly Awakening Knights knelt on one knee and said with a gloomy expression, "Hurry up and report." Yun Lingfei said, "There's a large-scale riot in the city. The various overlords from the Heavenly Awakening starfield have started to cause trouble. They're all star-level powerhouses. No one can stop them. Even the Heavenly Awakening Knights are nothing in their eyes." Chapter 50-23. Yun Lingfei and Chi Mohan glanced at each other. They had been worried about this matter. Yun Lingfei wouldn't rebel, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't. They had long been waiting for any changes in the Heaven Awakening starfield. They would attack together and take over the Heaven Awakening starfield. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Many powerhouses were overlords on their own stars, but they were restricted by the heaven-awakening starfield. Therefore, they wanted to soar into the sky and break free from their shackles. This was also the opportunity that many people had been waiting for. Today, they finally couldn't hold it in any longer. These guys finally couldn't hold it in. Yun Lingfei gritted his teeth. Commander Yun, I'm counting on you. I'll fight with you. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. All right. The two of them left the city lord's mansion together. This battle was imperative, so they had no choice but to suppress it. However, Yun Lingfei wasn't confident. After all, there were too many powerhouses gathered in the heaven-awakening starfield. He couldn't guarantee that he could sweep everything. There were 108 realms in the heaven-awakening starfield, and there was no lack of 4th and 5th firmament star-level powerhouses. There were also many 2nd and 3rd firmament star-level powerhouses. Therefore, the horsemen of the apocalypse would have to face the entire heaven-awakening starfield this time. It was impossible to suppress everyone. Yun Lingfei and Qi Mohan were already prepared for this chaos. However, when it really came, they still felt a lot of pressure. Yun Lingfei rushed out of the city lord's mansion and shouted loudly, shocking half of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. However, this battle wasn't something that he could stop alone. It was inevitable that there would be a bloodbath. Where are the horsemen of the apocalypse? Fight with me! Yun Lingfei took the lead and rushed into the chaos. Several 4th firmament star-level powerhouses lined up on both sides. Countless people were panicking as they watched this scene. Nothing like this had ever happened in the heaven-awakening Milky Way city in the past million years. A family can't go a day without a master, and a country can't go a day without a ruler. It seems that we're going to encounter a war this time. Yes, I hope these powerhouses don't implicate the innocent. Let's stay away. Isn't that right? It's better to watch a poop than to watch a fight. A fire at the city gate will bring disaster to the fish in the moat, and we will suffer. Why isn't the old city lord back yet? These people from the other astral realms are all fighting at our doorstep. I don't think even Commander Yun Lingfei can stop them. Yeah, they're all star level 4 or 5. This battle will definitely be earth-shattering. Countless people were watching. They were all very worried about this battle. In times of peace, when had they ever seen such a huge battle? However, if they didn't do this, the heaven-enlightening starfield would become even more chaotic. Everyone would have their own way of doing things, and once the order of the heaven-enlightening starfield was thrown into chaos, it would be an unimaginable disaster. It was hard to say how many years later, it would always be in the midst of the flames of war, the people unable to make a living. War had never been something the people liked. They only wanted to live and work in peace. Didn't the people of the heaven-enlightening Milky Way city all fight to enter the Milky Way city just for this peace? However, not even in their wildest dreams could they imagine that the heaven-enlightening starfield would change so much that no one would be able to stay out of it. The heaven-enlightening Milky Way city, which used to be the safest place, would actually become a battlefield. This was the most terrifying thing. Yun Lingfei, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Now that the city lord's mansion is empty, we've risen up to choose a true city lord. Don't think too highly of yourself. With your strength, it's impossible for you to stop all of us. Ha ha ha. I have to say that the top warrior of the heaven-enlightening starfield, Yun Lingfei, is indeed unparalleled. However, our strength can't be underestimated. You're alone, and you can't fight 4 hands with 2 fists. How are you going to fight us? Yun Lingfei, as long as you choose to be neutral, we definitely won't make things difficult for you. You'll still be the leader of the heaven-enlightening knights, and you'll still be above everyone else. That's right. This time, we're only choosing a true powerhouse to lead us. A country can't be without a ruler. Right now, the heaven-enlightening starfield is in urgent need of a ruler. We're also duty-bound. That's right, Yun Lingfei. Don't be so shameless. Get out of the way. We'll kill our way into the city lord's mansion and kill that useless young master. Then, we'll decide who gets to sit in this deal. A dozen figures stood in the void, all of them at the 4th or 5th firmament of the star realm. They were all staring at Yun Lingfei, and the atmosphere was tense. Qi Mohan clenched his fists tightly. Qi Mohan tightly clenched his fist. His complexion was ashen. He hated himself for not being strong enough to reverse the situation. Although he had broken through continuously, He was only at the third sky of the star realm. He wasn't strong enough to lead this group of heroes. He couldn't even defeat one of them. This was a great humiliation to him. The others had already come knocking on his door, yet he still didn't dare show his face. Now, he could only let Yun Lingfei face all of them alone. For the first time, Qi Mohan felt how important it was for a person to be strong. In this world, no one would pity you. Only by being strong enough could you gain the respect of more people. Otherwise, you would just be a clown. Qi Mohan took a step forward, but he was stopped by Yun Lingfei. At this time, he definitely couldn't let the young master take the risk. They were still waiting for the return of the old city lord. Right now, Yun Lingfei had to fight 10 people alone and face the siege of these powerhouses. However, Yun Lingfei didn't have any regrets. He had to use his reputation to protect this peaceful city. The last dignity of the heavenly awakening starfield couldn't be thrown away. Young master, step back. Leave the rest to me. As the guardian of the heavenly awakening starfield, Yun Lingfei is duty-bound. Yun Lingfei said solemnly, even though he knew that this was a path of no return. With so many strong warriors, no matter how strong he was, he had no confidence that he could win. These weren't early-stage star-level warriors. The difference in strength between them wasn't that big. Even if he was strong enough and had been through hundreds of battles, Yun Lingfei wouldn't be able to defeat 4 or 5 star-level warriors. Yun Lingfei wouldn't be able to defeat them all. However, he had no choice. In order to protect the heavenly awakening Milky Way City, he had to face this. In order to protect the safety of the Milky Way City, in order not to forget the old city lord's entrustment, he had to fight to the death. Where are the horsemen of the apocalypse? Fight with me. Warriors are heroes. Chapter 50-24. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, let us experience just how powerful the top warrior of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Yun Lingfei, is. Ha ha ha. Let's fight then. I think this battle will be a hearty one. Fight. Fight, fight, fight. A deafening roar rang out between the two sides. A life-and-death battle was imminent. Yun Lingfei led the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and began to fight with their lives on the line. This was their mission and the meaning of their existence. They would protect the Apocalypse Galaxy City and never retreat. The cruelty of war was something no one was willing to mention, but it was unavoidable. Yun Lingfei had been waiting for a long time because he had already predicted that this day would come. As long as the old city lord didn't return, they would inevitably have to fight. No one was willing to be under someone else for a long time. This was their chance. For the people of the 108 realms of the Apocalypse Starfield, there was no right or wrong. They wanted to rise up, and that wasn't wrong. Who didn't want to be the overlord of the Apocalypse Starfield? This was their only chance. If they missed it, they would lose it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, even though many people knew that their chances of survival were slim, they still wanted to fight. They might not be the strongest, but they would definitely be able to take advantage of the chaos to win. When that time came, no one knew who would become the overlord of the Apocalypse Starfield. Everyone had a chance. With so many experts gathered in the center, the chaos on the battlefield in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City had long been brewing. When Xiao Yuan had taken over the city and obtained the City Lord's throne, they had been tempted. Now that the City Lord hadn't returned for a long time, many people thought that the City Lord was dead. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever could stand at the top of the Apocalypse Starfield would be the overlord. Who wouldn't want to have this status and this honor? The battle was extremely bitter. Countless experts of the Apocalypse Cavalry had fallen, and even Yun Lingfei had fallen into an extremely difficult situation. Fighting 1 against 10, 5 4th-level Star Realm experts and 5 5th-level Star Realm experts. Although Yun Lingfei had never been defeated in 100 battles, facing so many world overlords, he was helpless as well. He could only try his best to deal with them. In fact, he had always been in a very passive situation. After all, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and there were so many of them. When these people joined hands, even if the old city lord wanted to suppress them, he would need some time, let alone himself. Although Yun Lingfei was very arrogant and domineering, he wasn't stupid. Such a strong force was indeed enough to make countless people's souls leave their bodies. Morale was very important. Now that Yun Lingfei had fallen into a passive position, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse were having a harder and harder time. One by one, the horsemen of the apocalypse fell. This was a kind of pressure on Yun Lingfei, and his heart was bleeding. Each member of the horsemen of the apocalypse was a 1 in a million genius. Each person that fell meant that the protectors of the apocalypse star system were continuously decreasing. Chi Mohan also joined the battle. However, as soon as he made a move, he was surrounded by a group of third-level star realm experts. Chi Mohan wasn't Yun Lingfei. Moreover, the current situation was very disadvantageous to them. At this time, they could only take one step at a time. Chi Mohan was the target of the Knights of the Apocalypse's protection, and he was the son of the old city lord. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. They only had one goal. If Chi Mohan became a fool, the city lord's mansion would no longer be legitimate. At that time, they would be able to reap the benefits. This was also what many world overlords had already expected. They only had one goal when they attacked the city lord's mansion, and that was to kill Chi Mohan. Be careful. Eldest young master. Yun Lingfei cried out in alarm. His facial expression changed drastically. More than 10 third heavenly layer star realm experts had completely suppressed Chi Mohan. They had forced Chi Mohan into a hopeless situation. This kind of desperate situation made Yun Lingfei's heart tremble. Chi Mohan had already suffered heavy injuries. There were more than 10 cuts on his body. However, as the son of the city lord of the Apocalypse Milky Way City, Chi Mohan had no regrets. He had to stand at the forefront with the soldiers who were fighting with their lives on the line. This was his dignity, and even more so, his glory. He would die 9 times without regrets. Chi Mohan's mouth was brimming with a smile. Although he knew that he would definitely die today, he still had no regrets. Because at this time, he was the brightest light in the Apocalypse starfield. Father, I didn't let you down. Chi Mohan muttered as he looked at the sky, blood spurting out of the corner of his mouth. Chi Mohan seemed to have already seen his sister's figure. He seemed to have sensed her existence. Luo Ying, big brother is useless. I couldn't protect the last territory of the city lord's mansion. I don't have the face to see you. Chi Mohan's heart was conflicted. He was heartbroken, but he had no more strength to fight. More than 10 third-level star realm experts had surrounded him. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Chi Mohan's blood flowed all the way, and his essence, energy, and spirit were getting weaker and weaker. Yun Lingfei's battle intent soared to the sky, but he couldn't break out of the encirclement of these 10 people. These 10 people had firmly locked onto him, making it difficult for him to move. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death. Yun Lingfei wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of death. He would let down the entire Apocalypse Milky Way City. He was the protector of the Apocalypse Starfield. It was his duty to protect the Apocalypse Starfield. The Apocalypse Starfield couldn't fall into chaos. Yun Lingfei clenched his teeth and persevered. However, the eldest young master couldn't hold on any longer. Chi Mohan's face was extremely pale. He was forced back again and again, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. It was as if the Grim Reaper was already in front of him, waiting to reap his soul. Sister, I'm here. I see you. Chi Mohan murmured, a smile on his face. However, in the next second, a cold light flashed, and more than 10 third-level star realm experts all fell to the ground, dead. A single slash across their throats. Chi Mohan couldn't believe his sister's figure was standing in front of him. This. Luo Ying, is that really you? Am I already dead? Chi Mohan couldn't believe it. Sorry brother, I came back late. Chi Mohan looked at his brother, who was covered in wounds and had a weak aura. His heart was conflicted and filled with sorrow. I'm not dead. Father is not dead either. All of them have to die. Luo Ying put her brother down and looked at the people behind her, who were ready to make a move, but were also afraid. She was so scared that her soul almost left her body. More than 10 third-level star realm experts had been killed with a single slash. How strong was that? Chapter 50-25. Get out of my way! Yun Lingfei shouted angrily. However, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of these people. More than 10 people attacked one after another. Their thunderous momentum overwhelmed him. As he retreated, his injuries became more and more serious. However, the first miss had returned at this time. Would the city lord come as well? While Yun Lingfei was pleasantly surprised, He was heavily injured by more than 10 people. His expression was extremely ugly. If he continued to fight, he would be finished. These people killed people like flies. They would not give him any chance. As long as he was killed, they would achieve their goal. Die. Yun Lingfei. Kill, kill, kill. Many realm lords flew up. They were determined to kill Yun Lingfei. However, at this time, a cold light flashed and saved Yun Lingfei. Yun Lingfei was slightly surprised. What a powerful technique. Jiang Chen slowly landed in the middle of Yun Lingfei and the many realm lords. He looked at everyone with cold disdain. Jiang Chen? It's you. Yun Lingfei was a little surprised. He did not expect Jiang Chen to return. Do you think you can stop us with just you? In your dreams. That's right. Your strength is indeed not bad. However, you are a little too naive to fight 1 against 10. Why are you still wasting time with him? Kill him first. Don't delay. Everyone looked at each other and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, they attacked. Since Jiang Chen was blocking in front of Yun Lingfei, it would not be too late to kill Yun Lingfei after killing him. Be careful. Get out of the way. You are no match for them. Yun Lingfei shouted. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would die under their blades. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was similar to his. Yun Lingfei thought that Jiang Chen was definitely not as good as him. This was very frightening for Jiang Chen. Without strong combat experience, he would definitely die if he was surrounded by 10 experts. However, before Yun Lingfei's voice fell, Jiang Chen had already rushed over and fought against the 10 experts. A terrifying aura exploded. Yun Lingfei could not help but sigh. Jiang Chen was still too young. He would definitely lose this battle. How could he reverse the situation with his strength? Sigh. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yun Lingfei wanted to help, but it was too late. A sudden clap of thunder exploded in the horizon. Above the void, everyone's expression became solemn, because they could already see Jiang Chen's face filled with despair. He was destined to become a corpse. Only Luo Ying calmly looked at the scene. In the next second, Yun Lingfei was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The 10 figures were all thrown away. A sword had cut their throats. They had no power to resist at all. Wow! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't Jiang Chen's method too ruthless? 1 sword. He only used 1 sword. There were no fancy tricks or hesitation. With 1 sword, he beheaded the 10 experts. The dignified realm lord did not have any power to resist. This was the real domineering. Domineering chi. Domineering sword. Luo Ying already knew the fate of the 10 people. With Jiang Chen's attack, they had no chance of survival. However, Yun Lingfei sucked in a breath of cold air. How much power did he need to do this? Suppressing the 10 experts and cutting their throats with 1 sword. This was the most terrifying thing. Even he felt a sense of oppression in front of Jiang Chen. He shuddered. Yun Lingfei smiled bitterly in his heart. He was like a fool. He felt sorry for Jiang Chen. He did not expect that this guy would be finished just like that. 10 people. They were all extremely powerful existences. Moreover, they could become the realm lord. How could their strength be underestimated? Yun Lingfei thought that he was strong enough to fight against the top 10 experts for such a long time. It was already a miracle that he wasn't killed in the end. However, Jiang Chen's strength was almost the same as his. How did he end up like this? This was not scientific. This was not realistic. Hiding his strength? It was absolutely impossible. Before this, when they met, Jiang Chen's strength was not even at the star level. In such a short time, he actually rushed to the 5th sky of the star level? This was a miracle. Yes, it was a miracle. Even a miracle was not enough to describe him. Thinking of this, Yun Lingfei's heart calmed down. If it was someone else, he definitely would not believe it. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Isn't this guy too crazy? He killed 10 people with 1 sword? 10 realm lords. Their strength was at the 4th or 5th sky of the star level. Oh my god. It's really unbelievable. This guy seems to have reached the strength of our city lord. I don't think so. Even leader Yun Lingfei was left in the dust. This person's strength is not inferior to the city lord's. This time, our Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is finally saved. Everyone was talking about it enthusiastically. Only those who wanted to start a rebellion were filled with panic. Now they could feel the threat of death. At this time, Jiang Chen was like a huge rock that was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. It's over. It's over. It's too late. Boss and the others are all dead. What are we going to do? Yeah, isn't this Jiang Chen too terrifying? He's a complete demon. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. How about we surrender? The top 10 experts were all killed by Jiang Chen. They never thought that it would end like this. Wasn't this a joke? Their most powerful domain lords had all been killed. What else could they do? Even if they managed to turn the situation around, they would be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, while they could only drink a mouthful of fish soup. This was not worth it. It was not worth it to pay with their lives. In other words, they were used as cannon fodder. They originally thought that they could quickly end the battle. They had been living under Yi Shiwen for a long time. If they could benefit from it, it would be the same no matter who was the boss. However, now that these traitors were all killed, they also felt a trace of unease. Death seemed to be approaching them step by step. Jiang Chen, I really didn't misjudge you. Yun Lingfei was deeply moved. Even he was not Jiang Chen's opponent now. Such a peerless genius was destined not to stay in a corner. Even the Tianqi galaxy might not be able to trap him. Qi Mohan's face was also solemn. Jiang Chen's strength and Luo Ying's strength had shocked him. It seemed that the Tianqi galaxy could really be saved. Jiang Chen was calm. He looked at Yun Lingfei and nodded slightly. The cold arrogance in his eyes made Yun Lingfei sigh. In front of Jiang Chen, he was no longer a threat. Chapter 50-26. It's the City Lord. Where? Is it true? Is it City Lord Qi or Xiao Yuan? Of course it's City Lord Qi in the Heaven Awakening Star region. I only recognize City Lord Qi. Who does Xiao Yuan think he is? He's just a rebel. It's really the City Lord. Sob sob sob. You're finally back. With the City Lord's return, these lowly people will have to bow down to you. Countless people felt emotional. Qi Yeyu had always been their most beloved City Lord. Many people only had one City Lord in their hearts, and that was Qi Yeyu. Qi Yeyu hadn't returned yet, which was why so many people had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Now that City Lord Qi had returned, what was there to be afraid of? City Lord Qi's domineering return would definitely end the battle here. Moreover, there were still two powerful experts in the form of Jiang Chen and Luo Ying. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying had shocked everyone, setting off a storm in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Isn't that Jiang Chen? Commander Zhang's strength was actually stronger than Commander Yun's? Oh my god. That's right. It looks like our Commander Zhang's strength is really unfathomable. 10-star level 4 and 5 experts all had their throats slit with one slash of his sword. Even Commander Yun could only deal with it and couldn't retaliate at all. I can only say that Commander Jiang Chen is really amazing. This is what you call a genius. Ha ha ha. Commander Jiang, we will always support you. That's right. Commander Jiang is invincible. Many horsemen of the apocalypse cheered excitedly when they saw Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had brought them life and endless hope. In the entire apocalypse Milky Way City, besides Commander Yun and City Lord Qi, who else could have such combat power? Furthermore, Commander Jiang had returned with City Lord Qi this time. To them, the situation had already been completely reversed. Right now, the domain lords that had rebelled were all trembling in fear, not daring to make the slightest move. If this were to continue, then they would be hopeless. No one would be able to escape from City Governor Qi's palm. Now, they had no other choice but to kneel down and wait for City Governor Qi's punishment. Jiang Chen. Was it really Jiang Chen? What about De Huang? Where did De Huang go? Tong Yao's face was full of surprise and worry. De Huang and Jiang Chen were inseparable brothers, but now she only saw Jiang Chen and not De Huang. Tong Yao became very nervous and excited. Yeah, where is De Huang? He couldn't be. Tong Ling said with a confused expression. Tong Ling said with a perplexed face. Big Yellow had never been separated from Jiang Chen. Their brotherhood would never allow any gap between them. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, Tong Ling and Tong Yao would always miss Big Yellow's whereabouts and feel uneasy. Big Yellow. Big Yellow. Don't worry. De Huang is fine. He just ate too much and is cultivating silently. Don't worry. Jiang Chen saw Tong Yao and Tong Ling in the crowd at a glance. Their anxious eyes explained everything. It seemed that De Huang had not misjudged them. Tong Ling and Tong Yao had not broken through and were not qualified to enter the tomb of the great emperor, so they could only wait outside for De Huang to return. Now that they had received Jiang Chen's message, they could finally put down their worries and looked at Jiang Chen gratefully. You all are actually so thick-headed. Do you still want to occupy the nest of the magpie and replace it? Qi Yeyu sneered and swept his cold eyes across. Everyone felt as if there was a sword on their backs. Qi Yeyu's eyes were too scary. Those domain lords did not even dare to look at Qi Yeyu's eyes. When Xiao Yuan rebelled, you guys were already restless. Now that I haven't returned for a long time, you guys actually did such a rebellious thing. Looks like I really need to think about how to deal with you guys. Yun Lingfei, traitor. How should we deal with you guys? Qi Yeyu looked at Yun Lingfei. Behead. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Spare us, City Lord, spare us. City Lord, we know we were wrong, please give us a chance. Sir City Lord's great kindness, we will never forget it. So City Lord, please spare us, we were all forced to do so. If we don't rebel, those powerful world overlords would surely target us. So City Lord, please be clear about this. Many domain lords knelt down at this time, kowtowing to Qi Yeyu. To them, this was definitely not a successful rebellion. They had suffered a double loss and were stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. If they didn't rebel, they would be suppressed by the joint forces of these experts. Hence, they could only choose to follow her. The city lord had not returned yet, so they had the guts to do this. If Qi Yeyu had been here, they would not have dared to have the slightest thought of rebelling. Qi Yeyu's eyes were cold. At this time, he actually did not intend to attack everyone. Jiang Chen had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, which made them feel that they were in danger. Hence, if Qi Yeyu really killed them now, there was nothing wrong with it. However, it would inevitably cause unrest in the entire Heaven Awakened Star region. Killing was not the best way. Subduing the enemy without a fight, making these guys lower their heads and pledge their loyalty again was Qi Yeyu's way of doing things. These people were all trembling. Not to mention City Lord Qi. Even Luo Ying and Jiang Chen had filled their hearts with fear. Now that Qi Yeyu had joined in, how could they dare to resist? Jiang Chen had killed these people. The best way to deter them was to kill the bird that poked its head out. Hence, Qi Yeyu did not want to kill them now. A true ruler would not slaughter people at will. Even if they were suppressing a rebellion, they would not kill them all. Father, since these people know that they were wrong, why don't we let them make amends? The Heaven Awakened Star region is currently in need of people. If we kill them, it will definitely make many star realms angry. At that time, it will not be easy to find them and find a suitable leader. Our Heaven Awakened Milky Way city cannot manage all the 108 star realms in the Heaven Awakened Star region. Qi Mohan said in a low voice as he appeared beside Qi Yeyu. My son, you really make me feel more and more gratified. Ha ha ha, this time, we will do as you say. Qi Yeyu nodded slightly. He very much agreed with Qi Mohan's idea. This was also his idea. As a leader, one must have a compassionate heart. Benevolence was invincible. Chapter 50-27. This. Qi Mohan couldn't believe that his father had actually passed the position of city lord to him. Wasn't this too confusing? Qi Mohan looked at his father with excitement and doubt, but his father's eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he had seen that kind of gaze. Back then, he had misunderstood the relationship between him and his mother, allowing Xiao Yuan's sister to take advantage of it. In the end, the entire Heaven Awakening starfield had almost fallen into eternal damnation. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had stepped in and helped them. Otherwise, the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city would have fallen into the hands of evil people. After so many years, this was the first time that the father and son had looked at each other with such sincerity and yearning. Qi Mohan knew that his father had returned. However, there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes, as if he was no longer willing to manage the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. You already have the potential to be a city lord. I have seen your hard work over the years. Go from now on, You will be the City Lord of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City. I will silently support you from behind. Xueqi's eyes were filled with anticipation and comfort. He owed his father too much over the years, so he had already decided that he would no longer manage the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City. Instead, he would go and live a peaceful life with his wife. This was what he truly wanted. Mohan won't disappoint, father. I will definitely become a true official of the Heaven Awakening Starfield and bring prosperity to everyone. Chi Mohan's voice was extremely solemn. This was what his father had entrusted to him, as well as the hope of the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield. Chi Mohan definitely wouldn't disappoint his father. Good. Father is very happy that my son is like this. Xueqi nodded with a smile. Greetings, new City Lord. Yun Lingfei bowed and his voice shook the heavens as he greeted Chi Mohan. Countless commoners knelt down and the realm lords also knelt down in fear. They were afraid that the father and son would go back on their word. That would be too unlucky. Today, father has passed the position of City Lord to me. Mohan will not disappoint the expectations of the people. From now on, the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City will become even more prosperous. From today onwards, the world will be pardoned. All of you get up. If you offend us again, I will exterminate your entire family. There will be no mercy. Chi Mohan waved his hand and looked at everyone with a domineering gaze. Thank you, City Lord. The City Lord is mighty. Chi Mohan slightly nodded. His heart was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that his father would hand over the position of City Lord to him so early. This was a huge challenge for him. Luoying, let's go see your mother. Xueqi looked at his daughter. Previously, he had been feeling guilty, and his wife had thought that his daughter was dead. Now was the time to go and see her. Big brother Jiang, you should come with me too. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen, lowered her head, and said with a red face. All right. Jiang Chen followed Xueqi and Luoying to the lake where Yuan Wen used to live. At this moment, Yuan Wen was meditating and cultivating. It was not difficult to see that during this period of time, her complexion had become extremely ugly. Furthermore, she seemed to have aged quite a bit. The pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person was something that no one could truly understand without experiencing it. Mother. Luoying called out softly. Yuan Wen's body trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She thought that she was dreaming. Wasn't her daughter already dead? But who was the person standing in front of her? Are you really Luoying? Yuan Wen couldn't believe it. She stood up and gently stroked Luoying's face. I am, Mother. I didn't die. It was Father who saved me. He risked everything and almost died in the tomb of the great emperor. Luoying looked back at her father. She knew that her mother had always been holding a grudge against her father and had a deep hatred for him. At this time, the best thing to do was to become the spice between the two of them. My child, my child. Yuan Wen hugged Luoying, and the mother and daughter cried together. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Xueqi walked out at the same time and stood outside the window. In the future, my daughter will be in your hands. Jiang Chen, don't disappoint me. If you let her suffer any grievances, I won't let you off even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Xueqi said lightly. Luoying is a good girl. I won't let her down. Jiang Chen said. Although he now had a heavy responsibility and finding his son was the most important thing, Luoying had gone through life and death with him countless times, which showed Jiang Chen her determination and love. If he kept her at arm's length, he would really be an ice-cold, beast-like person. I know that you definitely won't stay here. The Heavenly Awakening Star region is just a place for you to stay. I can see your ambition, your dreams, and your pursuits very clearly. However, no matter what, if you are in trouble, this will always be your home. Xueqi looked deeply at Jiang Chen. It was true that his daughter was with Jiang Chen, but he was also his savior. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen, he would have died a long time ago. If it hadn't been for his stupidity, the Heavenly Awakening Star region wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. Jiang Chen, the Gamebreaker, had given him hope, as well as the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. If he was willing to stay here, Xueqi would have given the position of City Lord to Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, an eagle belonged to the sky. He was destined not to be a loner. Even the position of the City Lord of the Heavenly Awakening Star region wouldn't be attractive to him. Thank you for your appreciation, Senior. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Father, Mother said that she wants to see you. At this moment, Luo Ying walked out and looked at her father. All right, I'll go over now. Qi Yeyu was delighted and hurried into the house. After so many years of failure, it was time for him to settle things with his wife. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Chen and then at her father's departing figure. Did my father say anything to you? No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Then what were the two of you talking about? Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. It won't be long before you leave this place, right? Luo Ying asked in a low voice, a complicated look in her eyes. Yes, I used my life star soul to search the entire heavenly awakening star region, but I didn't find any traces of Feng Er. Perhaps it's time to leave. Jiang Chen pondered this, his expression extremely grim. Although he was still worried, at least he could rest assured after hearing the words of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Feng Er had obtained 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos inheritance, so he definitely wouldn't fall so easily. Even if he encountered danger, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. Hopefully, he would be able to overcome all obstacles along the way. In truth, Jiang Chen had already let go of the worry in his heart. Feng Er's path was chosen by him. For the sake of Feng Er's safety, Jiang Chen had chased him all the way to the Eternal Realm. However, true fortune was something that Feng Er had encountered himself. The younger generation would naturally have their own fortune. It was just that he, as a father, couldn't be at ease. Chapter 50-28. Jiang Chen knew that Feng Er wouldn't let him down. This was his confidence in his son. After obtaining 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos inheritance, Feng Er would definitely benefit immensely. However, he still had to find Feng Er. This was what he had told his mother. Ning Zhu would definitely be extremely worried. However, now that he had a better understanding of Feng Er and the Eternal World Sword, he could be so calm. Feng Er, wait for me. Father will definitely find you. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. If you want, you can come with me. I'll bring you to the ends of the earth. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Ying. Luo Ying was startled. She immediately blushed. She had been waiting for this sentence from Jiang Chen. With this sentence, she felt extremely happy, as it meant that Jiang Chen had accepted her. All right. I'll follow you wherever you go in the future. Luo Ying lowered her head and bit her lip. Big Yellow is still cultivating right now. However, he will definitely not be able to bring Tong Ling and Tong Yao along. I hope Big Yellow won't blame me. The two of them are too weak. Even if they leave this place with us, it will be very difficult to ensure their safety. Jiang Chen muttered. The Eternal World was too dangerous. He couldn't treat Tong Ling and Tong Yao's lives lightly. Furthermore, if he left the Heaven Awakening Starfield, he definitely wouldn't be as calm as he was now. That's true. Luo Ying nodded. Hopefully, Tong Ling and Tong Yao wouldn't blame Jiang Chen. Then let's go and say goodbye to them. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying went to say goodbye to Tong Ling and Tong Yao. Although they knew that they couldn't leave with Jiang Chen, they still felt very uncomfortable. After all, De Huang was still in a deep sleep. It definitely wouldn't do to leave De Huang here. Jiang Chen wouldn't be at ease either. In the end, Tong Ling and Tong Yao had no choice but to remind Jiang Chen again and again that De Huang must come back to them. Jiang Chen was also quite emotional. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were deeply in love with De Huang, but they had no choice but to separate at this time. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the time to continue waiting. He had to leave the Heaven Awakening Starfield as soon as possible. He couldn't stop searching for Feng Er. Since the Emperor of the Cosmos had told him that Feng Er had been here before, he had to be outside the Heaven Awakening Star Sector. Jiang Chen spent 3 days and 3 nights, but he still couldn't find any traces of Feng Er. He would have to slowly search outside the Heaven Awakening Starfield. However, just as Jiang Chen and Luo Ying were about to leave, the Heaven Awakening Starfield experienced a huge change. Not good. Someone is coming from the transmission array. It's someone from Milan Planet. He said that Milan Planet has also suffered great damage. Yun Lingfei had originally come to send Jiang Chen off, but he hadn't expected that something like this would happen. Qi Yeyu and Qi Mohan's expressions changed. As the city lord, Qi Mohan had to be even more careful. He didn't dare make any mistakes. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the rest of the world. What's going on? Qi Yeyu said solemnly. I don't know, but I've brought him here. Yun Lingfei glanced at the deputy beside him and hurriedly brought the person over. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying exchanged a glance. They had to see what was going on first. What's going on? Hurry up and report it. Qi Mohan said. City Lord Sir, Milan Star may have already fallen. It seems that I was sent out by the elders of Milan Star. Cough, cough. I can't hold on much longer. The person who had come was already covered in injuries. His aura was weak, and his blood was flowing all over the ground. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. I seem to smell a familiar aura from him. Jiang Chen frowned and said. What do you mean? Qi Yeyu was slightly stunned. I'm not sure either. Jiang Chen shook his head. We were attacked by the interstellar wanderers and the feather race. They said that there were treasures in Milan planet. They wantonly plundered and burned our planet. Nearly half of our people died. Now, Milan planet is a sea of fire, a purgatory. City Lord, please be merciful and save us. The people of Milan planet knelt on the ground and kowtowed with great difficulty. Feather race? Sure enough, it's them. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Jiang Chen murmured. These people were really everywhere. Feather race? Qi Yeyu's expression was solemn. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The feather race wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the entire eternal world, everyone knew that the feather race was very powerful. Moreover, they could be found in every corner of the eternal world. How could they be together with the interstellar wanderers? Father, let's hurry up and send our troops. The feather race is really too much. Milan planet is under the jurisdiction of our Heaven Awakening starfield. Although it's not a large planet, our Heaven Awakening starfield cannot retreat at this time. Qi Mohan said solemnly. He had already decided to send reinforcements to Milan planet. At this time, he was naturally duty-bound. How strong are their people? Qi Yeyu asked. Many of them are at the 5th or 6th level of the star realm. We can't withstand their attacks at all. The strongest person in Milan planet is our Star Lord, but he is only at the 2nd level of the star realm. In front of them we are like ants. We can only wait to be slaughtered. City Lord, please be merciful and save us. The people of Milan planet knelt one after another. Everyone was moved by compassion. Milan planet was a star of the Heaven Awakening starfield. Unless something happened, they would definitely not ignore it. However, they had to at least understand the situation first. Father, saving people is like putting out a fire. Qi Mohan said anxiously. All right, Yun Lingfei. I'll send you to lead 5,000 horsemen to Milan planet as reinforcements. Qi Yeyu said. Let me go. Now that the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city has just regained its peace, it's hard to avoid people coveting it. The situation in the Heaven Awakening starfield is not stable yet. Once the horsemen leave, it will create a huge hole in the defense of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. Luo Ying and I are about to leave. Let's go to Milan planet first. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Ying and said, Big brother Jiang is right. Father, let us go. Commander Yun has left the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City with the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which will definitely have a great impact on the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. If someone covets our Heaven Awakening starfield, it will be very troublesome. Big brother Jiang and I are about to leave the Heaven Awakening star, so let us go to the Milan starfield. Luo Ying also nodded slightly. The hatred between me and the feather race has always been there. This time, I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. The feather race is so rampant, I will definitely make them regret it. Chapter 50-29. I know you have your own matters to attend to, so I didn't want to trouble you. Qi Yeyu said. It doesn't matter. I've benefited a lot from the Heaven Awakened star. It's only right for me to make some contributions to the Heaven Awakened star region. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Ying and smiled. The two of them nodded slightly. They had the same intention. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and leave. The situation on the Milan star doesn't allow us to stay any longer. Luo Ying said. Jiang Chen nodded. The only thing they could do now was to go to the Milan star to take a look. According to the people from the Milan star, they had already lost nearly half of their people. It was an extremely tragic situation. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll leave it to you. Yun Lingfei also looked at Jiang Chen, full of gratitude. The reason the heaven-awakened star region could become so stable was inseparable from Jiang Chen. I'll activate the teleportation array now and send you over, Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice as he personally activated the teleportation array. Be careful, Qi Yeyu exhorted. However, Jiang Chen and his daughter Luo Ying weren't any weaker than Yun Lingfei. This time, it was indeed the best choice for the two of them to go to the Milan Star. Jiang Chen held Luo Ying's hand tightly. Luo Ying's lips curled into a blissful smile. The two of them shuttled through the teleportation array and quickly arrived at the Milan Star. At this moment, when Jiang Chen and Luo Ying landed on the Milan Star, they saw an extremely tragic scene. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. Clouds and mist lingered in the air. Smoke and corpses were strewn all over the place. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of soil was incomparably thick in the mountains. It was extremely pungent and made people feel very uncomfortable. The mountains and plains should have been filled with flowers. However, every few dozen meters or even a dozen meters, one could see corpses that had died tragically on the spot. Some were shocked, some were terrified, and some were in despair. The sunset glow was brilliant, but the sky and earth had become heavy, making people feel heavy. Too many people have died here. Too many. Luo Ying's beautiful brows knit together tightly, and a trace of pity couldn't help but arise in her heart. So many people had died miserably here. Their families had been destroyed, and such a tragic scene caused others to be unable to bear the sight of it. Everything here had become quiet and desolate, and it was like purgatory on earth. Jiang Chen slightly nodded. His heart was also very uncomfortable. This was too miserable. He and Luo Ying had already walked through a radius of 1,000 miles. Not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life. The number of casualties was countless. It was hard to predict. These people are simply devils from hell. They are simply too hateful. Luo Ying gritted her teeth and said, Brother Jiang, have you found any traces of the winged race? Yes, that is indeed what the harpies are doing, but why would they do such a thing? They must want to occupy Milan. The people of Milan rose up to resist, and that's why they burned and killed. However, they didn't even spare the chickens and dogs, nor the beasts. It's really too heartless. So many lives have died. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned uglier. At this moment, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. These people were simply devoid of humanity. He had to find those bastards from the Yu family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Milan Star would only be scarier than what they had imagined. Let me see where they are first. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged with a serious expression. He began to use his natal star soul to detect the location of the winged race. An hour passed. Jiang Chen's face was slightly ugly, but he finally found the location of the winged race. Brother Jiang, have you found them? Luo Ying asked eagerly. Now, she just wanted to quickly find the winged race bastards and kill them all. Such indiscriminate killing of innocent people made her hair stand on end. If it was a war between two countries, it would be excusable. However, the people of Milan did not have any power to resist at all. Wasn't this a desperate massacre? The dead bodies that Luo Ying and Brother Jiang saw were enough to pile up into a mountain. At least hundreds of thousands of people had been reduced to a pile of bones. The originally bustling city, noisy streets, and fragrant villages had all turned into a land of death, without any vitality. The winged race was not worthy of being called human. They were absolute executioners. I found it. It's just 3,000 miles away. It's a big city, estimated to have millions of people, but it's already a sea of fire. Jiang Chen was extremely angry. These guys did not treat people as human beings. Winged race, these bastards. I will definitely kill all of them. Jiang Chen was enraged. Both of them couldn't wait to rush towards that direction. 1,000 miles away, for Jiang Chen and Luo Ying, it did not take long. Both of their strength was already very terrifying. They rushed over in almost the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, for them every second was torture. No one knew how many people died every second. These winged race people slaughtered living creatures for fun. They were the devils. From afar, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying could see the blazing fire that was more than 10 li away. A city was burning fiercely. The blazing fire was more than 100 zhang high. It resounded through the clouds, causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere, making one's scalp numb. We're finally here. I want to see who is wreaking havoc here. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. This place must be full of dead souls, full of resentful souls. Just like Red Cloud Planet, if they also encountered such a massacre, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Help, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. You bunch of devils. You will all die a horrible death. You will definitely go to the 18 levels of hell, you bunch of devils. Mom, I'm scared. Are we going to die? Don't be afraid. As long as Mom is here, I will definitely protect you. Countless people were roaring in the ancient city. They were hysterical, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Human lives were worthless at this moment. The people of the feather race watched silently. They didn't have any pity in their hearts. The deaths of these people were insignificant to them. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches. These guys deserve to die. Ha ha ha. Even if they die, it won't be long before someone else appears. Even if we kill them, it will just be the end of a civilization. Millions of years, tens of millions of years, perhaps it will be another reincarnation. You're right. They are just a bunch of ants. If they die, then they die. Why are they screaming? Let me add more fire to the fire. Ha ha ha. The Yu clan member sneered. He activated his Genesis Chi and turned the entire city into a sea of fire. Countless people fled in all directions, but no one could escape the earth-shattering fire. Flames soared into the sky, and countless people were burned to ashes. Countless people were still wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Chapter 50-30. Is this a blessing from the heavens? We're saved. We're saved. Someone said excitedly. The sky was getting darker and darker. However, as the gale came, the dark clouds retreated and the fire was extinguished by the gale. It was too shocking. It's true. We won't be burned to death. Sob, sob, sob. This is simply a miracle. We don't have to die. We really don't have to die. Is God taking pity on us? These people are too hateful. God has opened his eyes and must punish them. Yes, let them all die without a burial place. My son, you died so miserably. As the strong wind blew, the fire was extinguished. Instead, rain fell from the sky. The heavy rain poured down and the strong wind blew. The whole sky became turbulent. However, this strong wind and heavy rain managed to extinguish the fire. For the people of Milan, this was a blessing from God. Many people were burned to death in this fire and turned into ashes. Some people were burned into dried corpses. However, even more people were filled with despair because they were worried that those people would make a comeback. Those devils had come to kill them without any hesitation or pity. It was as if they were killing them for fun. To the people of Heavenly Wind City, this was a disaster of epic proportions. According to some people, the entire Milan star seemed to be suffering from this unexpected disaster. What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Yeah, I've never encountered such pressure before. How could this be? It seems like it's man-made. Even if it's a natural phenomenon, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Look, there seems to be a figure in the wind. It's true. Countless people looked up. Some were happy and some were worried. The people who were happy were naturally the people of Tianfeng City. Because to them, this person was like a savior. Could he really bring light and hope to them? No one knew, because these feathers were too terrifying. They didn't know how long they could last, and they didn't know if they could continue. Even if someone came to save them, they might not be a match for the feathers. Unless that person was a deity who had descended from the heavens. Damn it! There's actually someone who dares to disturb us. They must be tired of living. A middle-aged man in a white robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the figure in the storm. If there was no accident, it must have been caused by this person. If not for him, these ants would have already turned into ashes. Who was he? Why did he appear here? As an elite of the feather race, he was naturally fearless. Wuming Togen's eyes were burning with rage. Anyone who dared to stop him would be killed without mercy. The harpies would not allow anyone to stand in their way. Who are you waiting for? Quickly come and die. How can you interfere in the affairs of the feather race? Wuming Togen roared angrily. His voice shook the sky. Countless people were shocked and terrified. The people in the city were shivering in fear. Fear had already shrouded their hearts. They could die at any time. Under the iron hooves of the feather race, No one could resist them. The people behind Wumingtogen also roared and growled. Their faces were gloomy. For them, this was a provocation. The feather race was an invincible existence. They had already scanned the Milan planet. There was no one above the second layer of the star realm, not even beasts. However, Wumingtogen was a fifth-layer star realm expert. This time, they had mobilized a lot of experts in one fell swoop. They were determined to capture Wumingtogen. Boss, I'm afraid this person is here to cause trouble. That's right. I think he's a coward. Ha ha ha. He doesn't dare to come out. He's afraid of you, boss. How can ordinary people like you compare to the might of the feather race? Boss, let me go and kill this bastard. I'll drink with you. Someone stood out, and his gaze shot straight towards the peak of the sky as he shouted in a low voice. Kill him and slaughter the Milan star. We still have a long way to go. Wumingtogen said in a low voice. The people of the Milan star had not surrendered at all. Therefore, they had to slaughter the entire planet to let the people of the Milan star know the power of the feather race. After all, they were few in number. There were less than 100 people here. Although the feather army was large, they were all on the Milan star. They had no time to waste. They had to finish the task given to them by their captain as soon as possible. Killing people was not only for fun, but also for the task assigned to them by their captain. The man holding the giant axe had a murderous look in his eyes. He soared into the sky and waved the giant axe. Little bastard, I'll kill you. An angry roar shook people's hearts. The giant axe was shockingly powerful. Everyone in the Tianfeng city was shocked. They could not imagine such a strength. Even the strongest person in the Tianfeng city was only in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Such an expert could kill 80 of them. In the sky, the wind was raging and the rain was pouring. However, at this moment, no one knew who was in the storm. Wumingtogen's face was a bit gloomy. He felt something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Who is it? He dares to swear so confidently after hearing the name of the feather race. He must be tired of living. Right. Let's see how Adolf kills this guy. Playing tricks. Heh heh heh. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that the feather race is easy to bully. People sneered. However, to Wumingtogen's surprise, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. It pierced through the storm and hit Adolf's giant axe. Oh no! Wumingtogen's heart sank. He had already felt the terrifying murderous intent in the lightning. However, he was still one step too late. Before his voice died away, the lightning swallowed Adolf in an instant. Even Adolf did not expect this lightning to be so domineering and appalling. The lightning turned into a beam of light and spread across the sky. It was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. However, at this moment, Adolf's eyes were wide open. Then, they were replaced by horror and despair. Crack! After the lightning flashed, the light and shadow filled the sky. When they heard the thunder, Adolf had already turned into ashes in the lightning. Even the giant axe in his hand did not leave a trace. In an instant, it all disappeared. He was struck by lightning and killed. Was it really the wrath of the gods? Chapter 50-31. The heavens have opened their eyes. The heavens have opened their eyes. Sob, sob, sob. Lightning struck them to death. That's great, that's great. This is the wrath of the gods. Even the gods can't stand it anymore. This is inhumane slaughter. Let's hurry up and kneel down to thank the gods. Thank the gods, thank the heavens. The people of Wind City kept kneeling on the ground and kowtowing towards the sky. They were all in tears. They finally saw hope. In the past, no one believed in the existence of gods. However, at this moment they knew that gods must exist. Otherwise, how could that damned winged person be struck to death by lightning? Cheers resounded through the clouds, accompanied by bursts of thunder. At this time, the people of the feather race became more and more anxious. They were filled with fear. Boss, don't tell me there's really a god? Could it be that Milan planet is protected by the gods? Don't talk nonsense here. How is that possible? Where are you talking about gods? We are gods. How could Adolf be struck to death by lightning? Boss, what the hell is going on? The people of the feather race looked at Wumingtogen. Their hearts were full of excitement and even a trace of fear. Adolf was struck to death by lightning right in front of their eyes. Moreover, The sky was raining down a storm. This was what they were most afraid of. What are you panicking for? What a bunch of cowards. How can there be any gods? In the eternal world, the strong are the ones in control. It's not difficult for a powerful peak star level to destroy a small planet. How can there be the protection of gods? Don't try to mislead us with your lies. Wuming Togen kicked his subordinate next to him and roared. Wuming Togen naturally didn't believe in the existence of gods. However, when they came to Milan planet, the captain had already scanned the area. There were no experts above the second sky of star level here. That was why they were so unscrupulous, crushing Milan planet to find what they wanted. However, at this time, Wuming Togen still couldn't accept it. Who was the person in the storm? Hong Si-hai. Go and see what's going on. You must capture the person in the void and bring him back for me. Wuming Togen glanced at Hong Si-hai, a bald feather race expert who entrusted the heavy responsibility to him. Hong Si-hai was a star level 4 expert. Among these people, Hong Si-hai's strength was second only to him. Alright, I'll go right now and capture that scoundrel for boss. Even if he's a deity in the heavens, I'll make him kneel and bow down to me. Hong Si-hai held a pair of hammers in his hands, which were as heavy as 1,000 catties, and fiercely collided with each other. The sound shook the 9 heavens, and the power was monstrous. Brother Si-hai, it's up to you now. That's right, big brother Si-hai. I'll be counting on you to capture that rascal. Brother Si-hai, we believe in you. Everyone began to cheer for Hong Si-hai. Hong Si-hai roared in a low voice. His face was grim. This is not a joke. Just now Adolf was killed by the thunder. He also saw it, but in the face of danger, he will not retreat, as the vanguard of the feather race. He should not be afraid of hardships and dangers, charging forward. Ignorant child, eat my hammer. Hong Si-hai soared up, his domineering aura shocking. Compared to the previous Adolf, he is definitely stronger by more than a level. The gap between the 3rd and 4th heavens of the star level is still very big. With Hong Si-hai's help, Wuming Togen was already very calm, hiding in the void filled with thunderclouds and torrential rain. This person is definitely not an expert. He's just trying to be mysterious here. God. How can there be a god under this heaven and earth? Wuming Togen sneered, but Hong Si-hai's figure was like a comet, breaking through the sky, soaring straight up. Then, something that everyone couldn't believe happened. A thunderbolt fell again, a dark blue light covered the entire void, and in the blink of an eye, Hong Si-hai was swallowed by this thunderbolt. Ah! Boss, it's me. Hong Si-hai's voice was extremely miserable. It made people's hair stand on end, especially the people of the feather race, but no one dared to take a step forward. Even Wuming Togen, who was at the 5th heavens of the star level, stopped at this time, stunned. Wuming Togen clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't want to believe it, Hong Si-hai's ending was still the same as Adolf's, swallowed by the terrifying thunderbolt. Many people's vision turned dark. They looked at each other in fear. God. This must be the embodiment of the descent of God. More and more people believe in the existence of God. Wuming Togen's heart began to beat like a drum. Whether it was Adolf or Hong Si-hai, they were both his right-hand men, but they were actually swallowed by 2 thunderbolts under his eyes. This is too unbelievable, right? In the void that figure was still vague. Wuming Togen's heart also began to mutter. God. Who the hell is he? Motherfucker. Isn't he just trying to scare me? Both of my generals were killed here. Wuming Togen's heart was filled with anger. However, he was also hesitant. Above the gale, under the thunderbolt, who is hiding in the middle? Damn it! Wuming Togen didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How could there be such a troublesome existence on a small planet like Milan? However, Wuming Togen certainly wouldn't risk his life at this time. Whether it was a god or not, he didn't dare to take another step forward. Who dares to fight and avenge Adolf and Hong Si-hai? Wuming Togen said in a deep voice. However, after he finished speaking, none of the 100 experts dared to rush to the peak of the clouds. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. The unknown was often the most terrifying. They didn't even know whether they were facing a human or a ghost, or whether they were facing a legendary deity that they didn't know if they were facing a god or a ghost. They didn't want to die an unworthy death like Adolf and Hong Si-hai. They wanted to live well and die a great death. Who would be willing to do that? At this time, the sky became darker and darker, and the clouds were constantly rolling. Wuming Togen's heart was beating like a drum. These useless things. None of them dared to take the lead to see what the hell is in the clouds. Perhaps the strength of the people in the clouds is not even at the star level, but the fear just now has completely hit the self-confidence of this group of feather people. They resisted from the bottom of their hearts. If a god descended, would they be able to come back alive? Adolf and Hong Si-hai are the best proof. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What else can I call you for? Trash. All of you are fucking trash. Although they were scolded by Wu-Ming Togen, they still curled their heads. After all, their lives are more important than anything else. Let alone being scolded, even if they were beaten, they wouldn't mind dying. Wu-Ming Togen roared. It seems that this time, he can only take action. This group of good-for-nothings, in the face of a strong enemy, they turned into cowards so quickly. You all have to die. A deep and heavy voice shrouded everyone's heart. A trace of sweat appeared on Wu-Ming Togen's face. Regardless of whether the person in the clouds is a god or not, he has already begun to reject it from the bottom of his heart. What kind of existence is he going to face? Wu-Ming Togen's throat was a little dry. What kind of existence is this guy? 2 thunderbolts have caused such a big blow to the feather people. At this time, it's not just a battle, it's a psychological battle. Chapter 50-32. Pretending to be mysterious? I don't care who you are. Come out and fight me. Wu-Ming Togen didn't dare to continue to challenge the unknown person in the sky. After losing 2 generals in a row, the morale in the hearts of the people became hesitant and full of apprehension. After all, these 2 experts were Wu-Ming Togen's right-hand men. But now, they are in a very tricky situation. They don't know the details of the other party, which is the most terrifying thing. 2 bolts of lightning turned 2 stellar-level experts into ashes. Who would dare to fight against such power? What Wu-Ming Togen wants most now is to figure out whether the person in the clouds is a human, a ghost, or a legendary god. If he is really a god, then where did he come from? Even for the people of the feather race, there were many things that they didn't know about. In the eternal world, there were countless experts and countless races. No one dared to guarantee that they were the most powerful. Moreover, this time, they had invaded the Milan star, which was full of mysteries. Everyone kneel and kowtow to the gods. Kneel and thank the gods for saving us. Gods above, please accept our kowtow. Heaven, earth, the gods have descended. We don't have to die, woo-woo. Gods are mighty. Gods are mighty. More and more people on Milan planet knelt down and kowtowed. They are very afraid of Wu-Ming Togen and the others. If this goes on, their situation will get worse sooner or later. Everyone has a lingering fear and doesn't dare to speak loudly. I am not a god, but I take care of the injustice in the world. The feather race indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. I will cut off your heads and sacrifice them to the heavens. Jiang Chen stood proudly above the void, at the top of the clouds, and said in a deep voice, "You are courting death." Wu-Ming Togen said while clenching his teeth. If it wasn't a so-called god, then he had nothing to be afraid of. He felt that this person's strength was about the same as his. In that case he felt relieved. As long as it wasn't an invincible enemy, their feather race had already occupied more than half of the Milan star. No one could teach them how to do things. As the clouds dispersed, Jiang Chen appeared in front of everyone. However, the people of Milan were still kowtowing to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's appearance saved them. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a god. Who are you? Wu-Ming Togen stared coldly at Jiang Chen and shouted angrily. The one who will kill you. Jiang Chen said. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? You've lost 2 of my generals, so I'll definitely kill you today. Wu-Ming Togen said angrily. You can try. None of the feather race will be able to escape today. Jiang Chen smiled. Ha ha ha. You're really boasting. I have more than 100 star-level experts. Do you think you can kill them just because you say so? Your strength is at most equal to mine. 2 of my generals were killed by you because they suffered losses. Now, I have more than 100 star-level experts. Do you think you're qualified to talk to me? You're really arrogant and conceited. Wu-Ming Togen didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and kept shaking his head. His eyes were full of disdain. That's right. Boss, we'll kill him today. Yes, we'll avenge our brothers. Kill. The people of the feather race knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a god. He was just an expert with the same strength as their boss. With so many of them, they could drown Jiang Chen with their saliva. What was there to be afraid of? Many ants could kill an elephant. Jiang Chen definitely couldn't avoid the human wave tactic. As soon as Wu Meng Togan gave the order, more than 100 star-level experts surrounded Jiang Chen. At this time, they were ready to kill Jiang Chen, to avenge their dead companions. Go to hell. Kill. More and more people rushed toward Jiang Chen. Although he was very strong, there were still more than 100 star-level experts. With Wu Meng Togan in charge, Jiang Chen would definitely die. The people of Tianfeng City were also worried for Jiang Chen. In the sky, Jiang Chen was fighting more than 100 feather race experts alone. It could be said that it was a shocking scene. Countless lights flew in the sky. Jiang Chen faced this calmly. Wu Meng Togan held the sky-piercer halberd and roared. He led the people to fight with Jiang Chen. The frightening power engulfed the entire Tianfeng City. More and more people started to panic. Many people in Tianfeng City started to retreat, afraid that they would be implicated. The battle of hundreds of star-level experts was too tragic. Jiang Chen's strength was completely overwhelmed. Even the gods are going to fall? Impossible. This is impossible. God will not abandon us. It's not that the gods have abandoned us. It's that the gods are unable to stop these harpy executioners from slaughtering us. Could it be that the heavens want our Tianfeng City to perish? It's not just Tianfeng City. Right now, Milan Star is in dire straits. Countless people have lost their lives and become homeless. Jiang Chen's figure was besieged by hundreds of experts. They even felt despair. Even the gods couldn't save them from the fire and water, so who else could let them live? In Milan Star, no one could leave alive. This was a massacre that was even more terrible than a natural disaster. Everyone felt despair. If I don't kill you today, how am I supposed to explain myself to my harpy brothers? Ha ha ha. Die. The dreadful sky halberd swept across the sky, destroying all creations, and hit Jiang Chen squarely. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly soared into the sky and flew to the top of the sky dome. A cold light flashed, and all his hopes turned to dust. The sword image in the sky slowly descended from the void. Ah, help! Screams rang incessantly. Wherever Jiang Chen's sword light pointed, more and more people fell from the sky. Wherever Jiang Chen's sword image passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Jiang Chen's sword image was filled with endless killing intent. This was the true definition of traveling 1,000 miles with a sword. No one could stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. Jiang Chen's sword was even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper's scythe. Wu Meng Togan glared angrily and took a deep breath. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so arrogant and presumptuous. The battle was imminent, and his sword was endless, killing everyone. Hundreds of stellar-level experts were like chickens and dogs in Jiang Chen's hands. They originally wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with numbers, but now it seemed like a fantasy. No. This is impossible. Wu Meng Togan's face was pale. He clenched the sky halberd and attacked Jiang Chen again and again, but he couldn't shake Jiang Chen at all. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's sword was invincible. His sword cut through everything, and everyone was killed by Jiang Chen. No one was left alive. The harpy experts were like garbage in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 50-33. Spare me, senior, spare me. Wu Meng Togan was suppressed by Jiang Chen's sword. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was pale. He was shivering, and the halberd in his hand had already been broken into 2 pieces. Spare me? You still know how to spare me? Why didn't you spare the lives of others when you were slaughtering the Milan Starblade? Now you know how to be afraid. Everyone from the Feather Clan should die. Jiang Chen shouted. Wu Meng Togan knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. He didn't dare to say anything. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. I'm willing to take the lead and die for Senior. Wu Meng Togan didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. So many people from the Feather Clan had fallen in a pool of blood. Only he had survived. Long live God. God is invincible. Thank God, thank heaven. A rain fell from the sky. All the people in Tianfeng City knelt before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was their savior. They didn't hesitate at this time. Without Jiang Chen, they would have died a long time ago. This fire would have burned down the entire Tianfeng City. It's not impossible if you want to live. Tell me, why did your feather clan slaughter people on Milan Star? Milan Star is a peaceful and prosperous existence in the heaven-awakened star field. Why did it become a thorn in your side? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He frowned and looked at Wu Mingtogen coldly. This, Wu Mingtogen said hesitantly, his eyes full of fear. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I'll find the next person who is willing to say it, and then you can die. Jiang Chen said. No, no, no. I'll say it all. Senior, spare me. Wu Mingtogen knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. I don't want to say it again. Jiang Chen said coldly. The feather race discovered a large amount of industrial adamantine and source stone veins on Milan Star. Therefore they want us to land on Milan Star, kill everyone on Milan Star, occupy the entire planet, and then dig out all the industrial adamantine and source stone veins. This way, the people of Milan Star won't fight with us over it. Moreover, this matter is top secret. No one is allowed to know about it. How did Senior know that Milan Star is in trouble? Wu Mingtogen whispered. Are you asking me, or should I ask you? Jiang Chen said. Wu Mingtogen's expression darkened. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen's eyes. This man was too scary. He was a 5th Heavenly Star Realm expert. Even a 6th Heavenly Star Realm expert might not be a match for him. This time they had met a true expert. Industrial adamantine? Were they used to refine combat weapons? For your feather race to send a large number of people to kill the people of Milan Star, it seems that the treasure this time is not small. Jiang Chen said. Yes, it is used to refine combat weapons and armors. It is said that it is a grade 7 source stone vein, or even grade 8 source stone vein. However, we have not completely occupied Milan Star yet, so we haven't started developing it yet. Wu Mingtogen said. Grade 7 source stone. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. It might even be grade 8 source stone. It seems that there are a lot of treasures on Milan Star. Moreover, with so many feather race invading, Jiang Chen became more cautious. These guys were definitely not easy to deal with. He had already seen the ambition of the feather race. Being able to start a massacre on Milan Star was also within Jiang Chen's expectations. The eternal world was boundless, and resources were also very scarce. Moreover, there were so many star fields and astral planes, and countless people needed to cultivate. No matter where one was, source stones were the absolute hard currency. Being able to devour source stones for cultivation was something that no one could forget. Although Big Yellow and the others had picked up a lot of source stone crystals in the Great Emperor's tomb, not everyone had such good luck. Even the worst grade was a 7th grade origin stone mine. It was hard to imagine how attractive it was to anyone. Even stellar-level powerhouses would flock to it like a flock of ducks. It was no wonder that Milan Star would be invaded by the feather race at this time. Their goal was to plunder. This time, Jiang Chen knew that he must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Moreover, he was also entrusted by Qi Yeyu to solve the crisis on Milan Star. How many of you are here? Jiang Chen said. You don't want to say? Do you need me to use my natal astral soul to search your soul? At that time, whether your soul can hold on, I don't know. About 3,000 people. All star-level powerhouses. Wu Mingtogen said quickly, his expression changing drastically. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would use the soul-searching technique. If that happened, his soul would definitely be destroyed. 3,000 people. All star-level powerhouses. Jiang Chen frowned. They are probably more terrifying than the horsemen of the apocalypse. Even if Qi Yeyu sent Yun Lingfei, it would probably be useless. So many people, all star-level powerhouses, landed on Milan Star. Jiang Chen was quite puzzled. It seems that the feather race's ambition is not small. More than 3,000 people, all star-level powerhouses, just for industrial adamantine and source stone veins. Jiang Chen always felt that it was not very reliable. Even if the horsemen of the apocalypse from the apocalypse starfield came, their wings would probably be broken. With so many powerhouses, they really want to destroy Milan Star. Sure enough, they are coming aggressively. Then, where are the industrial adamantine and source stone veins? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Mingtogen with a smile. Wu Mingtogen shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. My mission is to wipe out all the people of Milan Star within 5,000 miles. I really don't know anything else. Senior, please spare my life. Wu Mingtogen repeatedly kowtowed to Jiang Chen. If you don't tell the truth, it seems that I can only use the soul-searching technique to see if you are lying. Jiang Chen said. I really don't know. Senior, please let me go. I really don't know where the source stone veins are. Wu Mingtogen's face was pale and trembling. The fear and despair in his eyes were overflowing. Jiang Chen saw that Wu Mingtogen did not seem to be lying. He might really not know where the source stone veins are. His mission was to wipe out all the people of Milan Star within 5,000 miles. As for where the source stone veins were, he might not have the right to know. That's good. Then come with me. Help me find your people, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to die now. Jiang Chen shrugged and said, Damn. Senior, don't worry. I will never let you down. Chapter 50-34. Now that the bandits have been eliminated, you can return to your homes. Milan Star will not fall because I am here. I will give all of you an explanation. I was sent by City Lord Qi Yeyu of the Heaven Awakening Starfield to help you get through this difficult time. You can go home and rebuild your homes. Jiang Chen's words reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Wind City. Countless people knelt down and worshipped him like a god. It didn't matter if Jiang Chen was a god or a messenger from Heavenly Awakening Star Domain. He was their savior. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have died without a burial place. Heavenly Wind City would have turned into a sea of fire, burying all of them. Jiang Chen took Wu Mingtogen to the next city. There were many people from the feather race. More than 3,000 stellar-level experts were wreaking havoc on Milan Star. Jiang Chen knew that there was still a long way to go. At this moment, Luo Ying had already gone elsewhere to help. It wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Chen to find her on Milan Star. Hence, the two of them had already separated. Senior, if I take you to the next city, will you let me go? Wu Mingtogen said nervously. Jiang Chen had forced him into a desperate situation. There was no other way. If he didn't do as Jiang Chen said, he might have been beheaded. That depends on your performance. Jiang Chen said coldly. Wu Mingtogen brought Jiang Chen to a city thousands of miles away. This city was much bigger than Heavenly Wind City, and it seemed to be very large. Deet City is in front. Senior, a good friend of mine from the feather race is here. Really? A good friend from the feather race? You even brought me here. You are indeed a true brother. Ha ha! Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Wu Mingtogen looked helpless. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. I had no choice. Senior, you should let me off this time, right? Let's go and take a look first. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Mingtogen coldly. Wu Mingtogen walked in front and led Jiang Chen into Dita City. Dut City had already been taken over by the Harpies. Their people had wreaked havoc in the city, leaving the city in shambles. Greetings, Lord Wu Meng. Lord Wu Meng. Quite a few Harpy experts greeted Wu Mingtogen along the way. Yes, where are Elder Gaselier and Elder Chandler? Wu Mingtogen looked at the feather race people on the side of the street and asked in a low voice. In the City Lord's palace, we have completely taken over Dut City. We are currently searching for origin stone mines. All right, take me there. Wu Mingtogen said to the Harpies. Jiang Chen and Wu Mingtogen arrived at the City Lord's palace of Diet City. At this moment, the inside and outside were filled with people from the feather race. More than half of the people in Diet City had been slaughtered, but there were still many who were enslaved by the feather race. Yes, Lord Wu Meng. The two Harpy guards led Wu Mingtogen straight to the City Lord's palace. Jiang Chen's goal was obvious. He wanted to destroy all the Harpies in Diet City. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader first. He had to deal with the elder that Wu Mingtogen had mentioned first. When the two of them arrived at the City Lord's palace, two middle-aged men were surveying the terrain of Diet City for tens of thousands of miles, searching for the legendary origin stone mines. Seeing Wu Mingtogen's arrival, the two of them were delighted. Brother Wu Meng, you came at the right time. How is Tianfeng City? Are there any movements or discoveries? Gaselier said. No, but I found something new. Wu Mingtogen's expression changed. When he looked at the two of them, his fighting spirit surged. When he turned around, he attacked Jiang Chen. Wu Mingtogen retreated in order to advance. His expression was extremely serious. Brother Wu Meng. Who is he? Chandler's expression was gloomy. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. He had already predicted that Wu Meng Togan wouldn't let this matter go. This bastard had a sinister and cunning look. He was going to use him to help him find these people of the Yu family so that he could get rid of them all at once. He killed all my subordinates. This guy is a great enemy of the Harpies. He is not simple. Wu Meng Togan said in a low voice. What? He killed all your subordinates? Doesn't that mean there are hundreds of stellar-level experts? How is that possible? Gaselier was shocked. It's true. It was this B*****. I almost fell into his hands. Wu Meng Togan was on the main road. Thief, don't be so arrogant. Now that you're here, just wait for your death. Chandler's smiling eyes were full of femininity. However, all three of them knew that this Jiang Chen was not easy to deal with. It seems that you don't realize your situation. Do you still want to resist? Isn't that a dead end? Jiang Chen smiled. Now that I'm surrounded by my brothers, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Wu Meng Togan laughed wildly. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. You should know better than me who is the turtle in the jar now. Wu Meng Togan looked at Jiang Chen coldly. The battle was about to begin. Chandler and Gaselier were also 120% prepared. When they saw Wu Meng Togan's eyes, they already knew what was going on. It seems that you are still stubborn. The Harpy's hands are really long. Milan's star has gradually become your colony. I don't think this resource plundering is as simple as you think. Jiang Chen smiled. There are some things that you can't understand. How dare you, boy? Today, we will crush your bones and scatter your ashes to avenge our dead Harpies. Gaselier Lung Lung said. You are the stubborn one. Thief, don't be so arrogant. You are now in our control. Killing you is as easy as pie. Chandler smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Suddenly, two figures flashed out. Their strength was no weaker than Gaselier and the others. Even the brothers of the Divine Shadow Guards are here. Ha ha, he will die for sure. If we don't kill this bastard today, how can we live up to the trust of the Harpies? Wu Meng Togan also became spirited. The appearance of the two Divine Shadow Guards boosted his confidence. The Divine Shadow Guards were the super guards of the Harpies. Every Divine Shadow Guard was one of the best. The weakest was a star level 3 genius to be qualified to join the Divine Shadow Guards. The Divine Shadow Guards were the absolute guardians of Sky Feather Star. These two Divine Shadow Guards were comparable in strength to them. They were star level 5 experts. In this battle, Jiang Chen would definitely die. Now, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Ha ha ha. You want to ruin the plans of the Harpies? Why don't you look at yourself first? You really overestimate yourself. Chapter 50-35. The authority of the Feather Race is inviolable. Kill without mercy. The Divine Shadow Guard bellowed. Two Divine Shadow Guards wielded long blades and pointed them at Jiang Chen. The battle was imminent, and everyone's expression was grim. Be careful. This person's strength isn't ordinary. He killed more than 100 star states under me. He's not to be trifled with, Womontigan said in a low voice, afraid that they would be at a disadvantage against Jiang Chen. After all, he knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. A mere star state level 5, what can he do? With the 5 of us working together, it'll be a piece of cake. Gaselier said with disdain. Jiang Chen was already a turtle in a jar. To them, there was no pressure at all. Seems like you guys are very confident. However, this time, I don't want to fight you. Jiang Chen shrugged and said calmly. Don't want to fight? He, that's not up to you. Even if the Emperor of Heaven comes today, you won't be able to escape death. Womontigan. That's not for sure, Black King. I'll leave these pieces of trash to you. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he sat on a chair. At this time, a black figure flashed out. The Black King's expression was cold, his killing intent surging. What a powerful aura. Gaselier and the rest held their breaths. The Black King's appearance made them feel immense pressure. Peak star level 5. He was much stronger than Jiang Chen. He was even halfway into the star level 6. Against such a powerhouse, the 5 of them had to go all out and be careful. The Black King's strength had recovered to the peak star level 5 after completely fusing with the black gold battle armor and devouring large amounts of source stones. He broke through in one go and soared to the sky. Now, Black King wasn't afraid even if he faced 5 star states at the same time. The talented were bold. The Black King's strength had clearly improved. His cultivation during this period of time had made his strength even more stable. The help that Jiang Chen had given him was unimaginable to the Black King. Without the help of his master, he would not have been able to improve so quickly. Now, his strength was almost on par with the 6-spine coiled dragon. However, the 6-spine coiled dragon was still cultivating. Like De Huang, they had not woken up yet. Once the two of them woke up, their strength would definitely increase greatly and they would shine brightly. Master. The Black King looked at Jiang Chen and bowed slightly. The fighting spirit in his eyes was incomparably strong. The Black King could follow Long Futu to roam the eternal world for so many years. This was enough to prove his strength and potential. As long as there was enough opportunity, he would return to the peak. He would not be inferior to anyone. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The Black King's achievements even surprised him. If he had not devoured the star core, he would not have been able to soar to the sky and increase his strength so much. Even so, he still could not surpass the Black King. One could imagine that the Black King must have regained much of his former glory. Kill all these people. There's no point in keeping them alive. Jiang Chen said. Yes, master. The Black King raised his head and looked at Wu Ming, Togan, and the others. The battle was about to begin. How dare you? Kill. The 2 divine shadow guards rushed at the front, followed by Gasolier and Chandler, while Wu Ming Togan hid at the back. He knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. Hence, the peak star level 5 expert beside Jiang Chen must not be underestimated. It was better to leave a way out for himself first. The 2 divine shadow guards could not care so much. They wanted to protect the feather race. Anyone who went against the will of the feather race deserved to die. These 2 killed so many experts of the feather race. They must die. The Black King was even more courageous. He fought 1 against 5. With the Black Demon Divine Spear in his hand, his aura was mighty. The Black King did not hold back. His spear was like a dragon. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. Facing 5-star level 5 experts, this battle was quite serious for him. It made his blood boil. He only had one thought in his mind. That was to kill these 5 people and complete his master's orders. The Black King wore the black gold battle armor. With the Black Demon Spear in his hand, he was like a hot knife through butter. The 5 were very cautious when facing the Black King. When the Black King attacked, they felt a huge pressure. This was a battle between the strong. After all, he was half a step into the star level 6. Such an expert could not be easily subdued. They were even worried about their own safety. The Black King's momentum was too strong. These people were not prepared at all. Like a mad bull, the 5 could not stop the Black King's tyranny. As expected of someone who followed Long Futu, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The strength that the Black King displayed was not the least bit inferior to his. This guy could completely hold his own. No one could control him. After attacking for a long time without success, Wu Ming, Togan, and the others were getting more and more anxious. They couldn't even take down one person in their territory. They had lost all face. Moreover, Jiang Chen had not made a move yet. If Jiang Chen made a move, they would quickly fall into a passive position. All of you must die. The Black King glared at everyone. The Black Demon Spear flickered with black light. His eyes were blazing, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Bang bang bang. The Black Demon Spear flickered. Wu Ming, Togan, and the others were forced to retreat. 1 against 5. But they were defeated by the Black King. They were forced to retreat again and again. This was a great humiliation for them. The Divine Shadow Guards had never encountered such an expert, and they were completely stunned. Although the Black King's strength wasn't as different from what they had imagined, he was still able to completely crush them. They had never heard of such an expert and had never seen or heard of such an expert. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Black King's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The 5 of them had already been defeated by him. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even the Divine Shadow Gods were at their wits' end. The Black King's attack was a spurt of energy. They all deeply understood that if this continued, they would die without a doubt. Even if the 5 experts joined forces to besiege him, the outcome would be the same. They had no chance of winning at all. Gather everyone here. We can only fight with our backs to the wall. Gasalier roared angrily. His roar attracted everyone's attention. Come to the city lord's mansion. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. Fight, fight, fight. Gasalier's furious voice resounded through the clouds. At this time, everyone who had heard the news rushed over. There were more than 200 people, all of whom were stellar-level experts. They were even more than the people who had followed behind Wu Ming and Togan. Chapter 50-36. A Human Wave Tactic? You're not worthy. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Wu Meng, Tuagon and the others knew that they no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, they could only fight with their lives on the line. They summoned all the experts of the feather race to join forces against Jiang Chen and the others. The Black King's eyes flashed as he looked around. Countless experts of the feather race were rushing towards him. His eyes were blazing with passion. Don't worry. Leave those people to me. Capture these 5 alive. It's time for you to show your strength. Jiang Chen patted Black King's shoulder and smiled. Yes, master. The corners of the Black King's mouth curled up slightly. With his master's words, he could fight without fear. Jiang Chen gripped the heavenly dragon sword. Sword Qi roared as he faced the scattered sword Qi. No one could fight him in close combat. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and soared into the air. The entire mansion had been razed to the ground. The surrounding experts fell one by one. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. No one could block Jiang Chen's sword. 200 people were like chickens in front of Jiang Chen. Is it the descent of a god? Has the heavens sent people to save us? It must be a god. They can't bear to see us die. They've come to save us. Thank the gods. Thank the gods for saving us. Countless people in Dite City were kneeling on the ground because more and more feather race people were rushing to the city lord's mansion. They were saved. At this time, the city lord's mansion had turned into a sea of flames. The feather race people were dying one after another. Their corpses were flying in the sky. This scene made the people of Dite City even more excited because their families, their flesh and blood, and their friends had all died at the hands of the feather race. Among them, only a small portion of people survived. They were all those with strong bodies and extraordinary cultivations. They were all enslaved by these people. At this time, they finally made a comeback. More and more people fell from the distant city lord manor, all of them feather race scum. They continuously cheered and clenched their teeth. Jiang Chen soared up and fought against the 200 stellar-level experts. None of them could stop him. It was like the god of death had descended, giving them a suffocating feeling. Chandler and Gasalier glanced at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was even more terrifying than the Black King. Their 200 star-grade experts were completely defenseless. One by one, they fell into a pool of blood and were annihilated under the ground of the City Lord Manor. There was a stark contrast between the cheers and the screams of agony. However, the feather race cultivators couldn't do anything. Orders came first. In order to kill Jiang Chen, they had done everything they could. But the result was still hopeless. No one could block the sharpness of Jiang Chen's sword. His sword seemed to be the strongest and most unyielding thing in the world, capable of annihilating all living things. Wherever the sword light pointed, its qi would shake the universe. Pooh, 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 the feather race cultivators fell one after another. At this moment, Wu Meng, Tugan, and the others who couldn't do anything else but were extremely agitated were suppressed by the Black King. Their current situation wasn't any better than the feather race cultivators. The pressure from the Black King made them unable to retreat. The Black King's Black Demon Spear swept through thousands of troops, sweeping everything in its path. They couldn't withstand such pressure at all. At this moment, the Black King's strength was constantly rising, and there was even a faint feeling of a breakthrough. It can't be? He's actually going to break through? Too terrifying. This guy is simply inhuman. Impossible, breaking through in the middle of a battle. How is this possible? Wu Meng, Tugan, and the others didn't expect the Black King to be so terrifying. Moreover, he had already reached the 6th firmament of the star grade. Once he broke through, they would definitely die. Even now, they couldn't escape from the Black King's grasp. The Black King had seen his master break through in the middle of a battle countless times, and he had long understood. This time, he also wanted to try breaking through in the middle of a battle. As the pressure increased, his potential also increased. As expected of my little brother. Jiang Chen laughed. The Black King had indeed obtained his essence. This battle was also very difficult for the Black King. At this moment, he had to go all out. He wanted to silently break through to the 6th firmament of the star grade. This was the biggest surprise. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let anyone become an obstacle to the Black King, but he definitely wouldn't make a move unless it was a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's sword chi had already killed hundreds of star grade experts. More and more people began to feel fear, hesitation, and hesitation. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite with them. He drew his sword and left no one alive. The last 200 star grade experts all died under his heavenly dragon sword. Countless people cheered. In the void above the City Lord Mansion, the battle was already continuing, but only the Black King and the others were left. The Black King's strength finally rose under the constant pressure, smoothly breaking through to the 6th firmament of the star grade. At this moment, his strength had also increased greatly. Compared to the 5th firmament of the star grade, it was completely different. Kill! The Black King wielded the Black Demon Spear. The spear was like a dragon, unstoppable. Wu Meng, Tua Gon, and the other 4 experts were completely unable to withstand a single blow from him. As they were forced to retreat, blood spurted out. They wanted to leave, but there was no chance at all. Pang, pang, pang. Layers of spear shadows continuously smashed onto the bodies of Wu Meng, Tua Gon, and the others. It was extremely painful, and the 5 of them were heavily injured. Scram! The Black King swept his spear, flipping the 5 over. They were all beaten to the ground by him, and only panic and fear were left in their eyes. Don't kill me, don't. Wu Meng Tuagon's face was pale as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The others were also pale as they knelt on the ground, twitching all over. Clearly, they were on their last breaths. Wu Meng Tuagon, as a member of the feather race, how can you kneel and beg for mercy? You bastard! Chen Deli roared. As a member of the feather race, they were very proud in their hearts. In the entire eternal world they were very confident. Now they were actually beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. The anger in their hearts made them even more anxious and uneasy. You're the bastard. Living is the right thing to do. Death is the end of everything. I don't want to die, Wu Meng Tuagon said with a terrifying expression. Wu Meng Tugan said, his expression terrifyingly dark. Now, he had already become a chess piece in the hands of the other party, and could be killed at will. If he did not quickly kneel and beg for mercy, he would definitely die a rather miserable death. 200 stellar-level experts had died at the hands of Jiang Chen. This made Wu Meng Tuagon's fear of Jiang Chen deepen by a lot. Looks like you're really a wretch. Since you've already decided to surrender, you still changed sides at the last minute. Tell me, do you really think I would dare to use a person like you? Chapter 50-37. Spare me, Senior, spare me. I will never betray you this time. Wu Meng Togan repeatedly kowtowed to Jiang Chen, but at this time, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Chen Deli and Gasolier. The 2 of them were Jiang Chen's targets. Wu Meng Togan did not know where the Source Stone vein was, but these 2 might know. I can spare the life of anyone who can tell me where the Source Stone vein or industrial adamantine is, Jiang Chen said coldly. Don't even think about it. We will never betray the feather race. Chen Deli said while gritting his teeth. Although he was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread, he still gritted his teeth and did not relax. Is that so? What about you, the 3 of you, are you willing to tell me? Jiang Chen smiled. In your dreams, Gasolier said in a deep voice. His face was ferocious, and he did not hesitate at all. As a member of the feather race, he must keep his mouth shut and would rather die than surrender. Look, you are all so stubborn. I can't do anything about it. All right, since you are not afraid of death, I will let you taste what it means to beg for death. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He activated the natal star soul. At this moment, it began to overwhelm them. The crushing of the natal star soul was a disaster for them. They could not die even if they wanted to, and it was even more difficult to live. Jiang Chen's destruction of their souls was difficult for anyone to resist. At this time, there was no chance to resist at all. Ah! Screams lingered in their ears. Including Wuming Togan, all 5 of them had a miserable look on their faces. Jiang Chen's method was completely out of their expectation. They thought that death would be the end of all their troubles. But now, it seemed like death was not as simple as they had imagined. Ah! Spare me, Senior Ah! I surrender. I am willing to work hard for you and let you demolish me. Ah, please let me go. Wuming Togan screamed. Even breathing became difficult. The pain in his soul caused him to faint, but he was awakened by the pain again. That feeling made one feel despair, but there was nothing they could do. From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the innate astral souls were. Even for cultivators below the star level, there was almost no one who could break through to the next level. Hence, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul was an invincible existence. Facing the soul suppression of these people, it was simply a piece of cake. You gave in, but they didn't. I couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Ah, you be *stards. Hurry up and tell me. Gasolier, you may want to die, but I don't. Wuming Togan held his head and roared. His voice was hoarse, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. The others were not much better than him. They were even more suffocating. The pain of the soul was far more painful than the pain of the body. No matter how strong their willpower was, they could not withstand the pain of the soul. Jiang Chen had completely crushed their souls. No one could retreat. For them, death was also a very extravagant act. There was no possibility at all. In the end, Gasolier and Chandler finally bowed their heads. They would rather die, but Jiang Chen did not give them such a chance. They wanted to die, but the result was that their souls were heavily injured again and again. It was impossible for them to even lose consciousness. The torture of their souls made them want to die immediately. But every second and minute was an incomparably horrifying torture. Jiang Chen's methods were far beyond their imagination. I'll tell you now. Please, I'll tell you. Gasolier's voice was extremely weak. At this time, his eyes were filled with despair. He just wanted to die quickly, but without Jiang Chen's consent, he could not die at all. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Isn't it better to suffer less? The people of the feather race really know how to court death. Jiang Chen laughed. I can't tell you. Gasolier, you can't betray the feather race. You be *starred. Chandler roared, but he was also on the verge of death. Black King, throw him into the Buddha prison pagoda and torture his soul for 1,000 years. Jiang Chen glanced at Chandler. Chandler's eyes glowed green, and a chill ran down his spine. He was a little regretful, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Gasolier, Wuming, Togan, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Chandler with mourning eyes. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. However, Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. Instead, his gaze fell on Gasolier. In the dragon-subduing mountain range 100,000 miles away. We are planning to set off in the next few days to lead these slaves to the dragon-subduing mountain range to mine, Gasolier said hurriedly. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his word at this time and throw him to Chen Deli's side. If that happened, he would be the one who begged for death. Dragon-subduing mountain range? Jiang Chen frowned, his eyes blazing. It seemed that these people had found the source stone mine. The people of the feather race were too hateful. They had killed so many people just to be their slaves. They wanted to enslave the entire Milan star. Does anyone know where the dragon-subduing mountain range is? Jiang Chen stood in the void of the city lord's mansion and asked in a low voice. The gods are in the mountains. The dragon-subduing mountain range is 100,000 miles away from Ardut city. It's a beautiful mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. It's one of the most beautiful landscapes on Milan star. Someone said to Jiang Chen, kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Gasolier did not lie to him. All right, then take me there. Jiang Chen looked at Gasolier. What about me? Senior, what about me? Wuming Togan asked hurriedly. You. Follow Chandler and accept the soul interrogation. What I hate the most in my life is traitors, and you just had to betray me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for thinking too highly of yourself. Do you really think you're a match for me? I can kill the people of the feather race if I want to. I will also kill all of you on Milan star. Jiang Chen said sternly. No, Wu Mingtogen's desperate voice made Gasalier shiver. He finally understood how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Even a sixth heavenly star realm guard was willing to bow down to him. This person's strength must be even greater. Moreover, his methods were truly terrifying. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen smiled. At this time, Gasalier did not dare to delay at all. He quickly got up and prepared to go to the dragon-subduing mountain range. The other two divine shadow guards were also killed by Jiang Chen. Gasalier knew that it would be more and more difficult for the feather race to enter Milan Star this time. Chapter 50-38. 100,000 miles wasn't far for Jiang Chen. By the time they arrived at Hidden Dragon City, the sky had already darkened. You can run, but when I catch you again, you'll end up like Mengtigtigan. If you want to end up like him, I'll grant you your wish. Jiang Chen smiled. Gasalier's expression was unusually ugly. He nodded with a dazed expression. He was afraid that he would end up like Chandler and Mengtigtigan, unable to die even if he wanted to. Hidden Dragon City is our stronghold among the feather race. This is also the place we first explored. The ancestors of the feather race demarcated the 8,000-mile Hidden Dragon Mountain range. At this moment, Gasalier had already told Jiang Chen everything he knew, fearing that he would anger Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had his lifeline in his hands. Once his soul was suppressed, it would be too terrifying. Your position among the feather race isn't low, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. We brought quite a few divine shadow guards this time. They're all around the 4th or 5th level of the star state. There are about 300 of them. The rest are the 6 feathered kings of the feather race. There are about 50 of them. I'm a 5-feathered angel. There are also 305 feathered angels. The rest are all star states. Gasalier said. In other words, the strongest of the people who came to Milan planet this time are the 6 feathered kings. Jiang Chen pondered. It seems like the feather race is taking this matter very seriously. Is this source stone mine really worth so many people coming? Jiang Chen looked at Gasalier. Gasalier was also confused. Is there anything else? Gasalier frowned. I should be the one asking you that. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. 56-level star states were all as strong as Xueqi. This force was enough to wipe out the entire Heaven Awakening star region. There were also more than 500 5th-level star states. If Yun Lingfei brought the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, they would only be annihilated. Jiang Chen knew that even he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Previously in Tianfeng City and Diite City, the opponents weren't that strong. Even if there were 2 5th heavenly layer star realm experts, they wouldn't be able to threaten him. However, if there were so many star level 5 experts, or even a star level 6 6-feathered heavenly king, even if he and Luoying teamed up, they would only be able to avoid them. The feather race's goal was definitely not as simple as a source stone mine. If it was just for the source stone mine, then given the feather race's strength, it would not be difficult for them to take Milan Star. However, at this time they were moving stealthily. They did not want to alarm anyone, not even the Heaven Awakening star domain. If it wasn't for someone running away from Milan Star, no one would have known about this matter. Even if it was known, it would have been hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years later. Someone would have set foot on Milan Star, only then would this matter be exposed. This force, let alone in the Heaven Awakening star region, would be a suffocating existence even in the stronger star regions. Where are you from? Jiang Chen's face darkened. These people were definitely not from the Heaven Awakening star region. The Heaven Awakening star region would not have such a powerful existence. Otherwise, Xueqi would have been overthrown long ago. Their appearance in the Heaven Awakening star region was definitely a huge conspiracy. I don't like to repeat myself, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Sky Tyrant Star Region, Eternal Wing Star Region. The Sky Tyrant Star Region has a total of 87 star regions, with the Sky Tyrant Star Region as the leader. The Sky Tyrant Star Region is second only to the Ether Star Region. The Eternal Wing Star Region is one of the main camps of the Feather Race. There are many experts there, including the 9-feathered Sky God. The Sky Tyrant Star Region is 140,000 light-years from east to west. The Heaven Awakening Star Region is in the east. We used the super teleportation formation to get here, Jia Tholier said in a low voice. He had no choice but to reveal everything. Jiang Chen must have a use for him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have used the natal star soul to kill him. Sky Tyrant Star Region. Eternal Wing Star Region. Interesting. Jiang Chen murmured. Of course, Jiang Chen knew how far 140,000 light-years was. Even if he used the Azure Billow Divine Boat, it would still take him a long time to get there. Jiang Chen knew that the situation was urgent. There must be a big problem in the Heaven Awakening Star Region. However, the Feather Race must not want to blow things up, which was why they were so secretive. It seemed like he had to be careful this time. Otherwise, with such a strong force, it would be impossible for him to overturn the Feather Race. He did not know where Luoying was now. However, she should be able to find this place soon. Jiang Chen believed in Luoying's strength. It seemed like he had to sneak into their team as soon as possible. He still had not figured out the Feather Race's goal. Whether it was Jia Tholier or Wu Meng Togan, they did not seem to have the right to know the core information. Only by finding the Six-Feathered King could he find out the Feather Race's goal of coming to the Milan Star. Although the Heaven Awakening Star Region and the Sky Tyrant Star Region were next to each other, the Eternal Wing Star Region was quite far away. They had used all kinds of methods and used the super teleportation formation. It could not be just for a source stone mine. At this time, Jiang Chen changed his appearance and aura. He turned into Jia Tholier. Jia Tholier was stunned and his face darkened. He already knew what Jiang Chen wanted to do. Go to the Buddha Prison Palace and stay for a while. I won't pressure your soul. If I meet someone I know, I might be able to find you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The corner of his mouth curved into a bright smile. Now, the Milan Star was not just a star region full of danger. It was the beginning of a conspiracy. Jiang Chen was getting more and more curious about the Feather Race's goal of coming here. Only by entering the Hidden Dragon City and exploring it would he be able to gain something. Jiang Chen entered the Hidden Dragon City alone and saw a large number of slaves. All of them were Star Emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. These were the natives of the Milan Star. They were imprisoned by the Feather Race to be their slaves. Their goal was to excavate the Source Stone mine. Chapter 50-39. Jiang Chen could not bear to look at such a tragic scene. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Other than the slaves who were locked up, there were also corpses all over the city, piled up on both sides of the streets. Dragon Subduing City was a large city, and there were at least 1 million people there. But now, almost all of them had perished. The gloomy and oppressive atmosphere was the most horrifying. Corpses were strewn everywhere, blood was spilled everywhere, and broken walls were everywhere. Accompanied by the bloody sunset, under the cover of the night, the Dragon Subduing City was as horrifying as a ghost city. Some people were crying, some people's eyes were empty and lifeless, like the Walking Dead, and some people's eyes were filled with rage and despair. You Feather Clan people, you will be punished by the heavens. You will die a horrible death. Just wait to be punished by the heavens. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. My child, my wife, my mother, are all dead. What's the point of me living? Feather Clan, I swear that I will make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Arg! You bunch of executioners, you all deserve to die. The slaves kept howling, but the people of the Feather Clan who passed by did not care about them, treating them like wild beasts. The respected seniors of the past had all become prisoners of the Feather Clan. In the entire Milan planet, probably no one was spared. Their homes had been devoured, their loved ones had been killed, and they had to become slaves of the Feather Clan, to expand their territory and excavate mines for them. It was extremely cruel and inhumane. To the Feather Clan, these people were like ants. They had killed tens of thousands of people and no longer cared about the amount of blood on their hands. They only had their own mission and their own goal. The powerless rage of these people was nothing more than an itch in their ears. It was supposed to be a beautiful planet, colorful and mottled. But when Jiang Chen walked into it, he found that the current Milan planet was in a state of devastation. Under the trampling of the Yu race, it had turned into a living hell. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. The people of the Feather Race were simply too cruel. Such a race could actually cover more than half of the eternal world. From this, it could be seen how terrifying their ruling power was. Jiang Chen's enmity with the Feather Race was absolutely irreconcilable. He had almost been killed by them in the past. The feather race's cruelty and inhumanity was something that Jiang Chen hated the most. One day, if he had the ability, he would definitely wipe the feather race from the face of the everlasting realm. Greetings, Lord Gasso. When the two level 3 star states saw Gasolier, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Are all the slaves here? Jiang Chen said lightly. Not yet, but soon. In 3 days at most, we can march into the dragon-subduing mountain range. A white-robed Hopi said in a low voice. Why is Lord Gasso alone? Where's Lord Chen? The man in white looked at Jiang Chen. My people are waiting for that bastard Mengtigtigan. I sent Chandler to meet up with Mengtigtigan. I'll go ahead and take a look at the situation here. Jiang Chen said with a stern expression. I see. This way please, Lord Garso. The man in white said with a look of relief. Ha ha ha. Gasolier, you're really fast. You actually ran ahead of me. Damn it. A burly man with a curly beard held a blood-red iron chain in his hand. Behind him were rows of slaves. All of them were pierced through their shoulder blades. They were dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. At a glance, one could not even see the end of them. It was simply too cruel. These people were all pale and dazed. They had been pierced through by divine weapons and had nowhere to hide. Who is he? Jiang Chen asked telepathically. Lu Junfei is one of my sworn enemies. But for the sake of the feather race, we've put aside our grudges. Gasolier said. So what? We haven't set off for the dragon-subduing mountain range yet. Jiang Chen said lung. Didn't you say to put aside our grudges for the sake of the feather race? I can't believe you're still so petty. Ha! Lu Junfei laughed loudly. All right, where are your people? Why are you here alone? You don't need to worry about my matters. Jiang Chen turned around and left after saying that. He was afraid that something might happen if this person saw through his identity. He would be in big trouble. This was the base camp of the U race. There were many experts here. Jiang Chen didn't dare to say that he could advance or retreat easily. This bastard. He's pissing me off. Lu Junfei's expression darkened. Lord Lu, please calm down. Lord Gasolier is waiting for Lord Wu Meng. He told Lord Chen to meet up with him. That's why he came to the dragon-subduing city alone. The man in white explained. No wonder. But this Garso is really infuriating. Damn it, after this big business is over, I will definitely play with you. Lu Junfei looked at Jiang Chen's departing figure with a complicated expression. Often, the person who understood him the most was his opponent. That was why Jiang Chen was afraid that he would give himself away if he spoke too much to Lu Junfei. Wait for me, Gasolier. Let's go see Lord Yen Fei together. Lu Junfei handed the metal lock in his hand to the man in white and caught up to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. This guy was really persistent. I've already locked up 5,000 Imperial stars. I can report back. Hee, Gasolier, let's go. Lord Yen Fei probably can't wait any longer. Lu Junfei followed beside Jiang Chen and said with a laugh. Who is Yen Fei? Six-feathered heavenly king? Jiang Chen asked Gasolier. Yes, Yen Fei is one of the people in charge this time. He's in charge of the slaves. Gasolier said. Let's go. It's not like I didn't capture any slaves. It's just that Chandler and Yumengto are at the back. I'm going ahead to check out the itinerary of the hidden dragon city. Jiang Chen said coldly. Since this Yen Fei was the person in charge of the feather race's mission, he had to meet him. Ha ha ha, I think you're worried that I'll leave you behind. That's why you're going alone. You haven't worked hard enough, right? I let you team up with Chandler, but you're still so weak. You really disappoint me. Lu Junfei said, beaming with joy. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Under the guidance of his subordinates, he went straight to the city lord's residence. That's strange. In the past, Gasolier definitely wouldn't let me go. Why did he leave today? He must be hiding something. Yes, that must be it. He definitely didn't get enough Imperial Star slaves. This guy is too shameless. Lu Junfei touched his nose and muttered. Chapter 50-40. Yen Fei's eyes were extremely cold and filled with coldness and bloodthirstiness. Jiang Chen felt like he was being stared at by someone. This Yan Fei gave him a great pressure and his eyes were blazing hot. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Could it be that he had already discovered that he was a fake? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Yan Fei did not have a deeper misunderstanding of him. He merely took a few glances at him. However, his strength shocked Jiang Chen greatly. This person's strength was not weaker than his at all. He was at the 6th level of the star level, but he gave off a feeling that he was far stronger than that. As expected of the leader sent by the feather race. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even Jiang Chen did not have absolute confidence that he could kill this person. Moreover, he was only one of the many at the 6th level of the star level. To be able to become the leader was enough to prove Yan Fei's strength. Commander Yan, my slaves are all here. Hehehe. When can we enter the dragon-subduing mountains? Lu Junfei's smile was extremely sinister. What's the rush? Haste makes waste. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance to display your talents? Look at Garso. He's very calm, isn't he? Garso. Yan Fei said with a faint smile. Him. He didn't even bring his slaves. He's going alone. He has no right to speak here. Lu Junfei laughed coldly. That's not necessarily true. Garso, go and prepare. We will enter the dragon-subduing mountains tomorrow afternoon. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Commander Yan, what is our goal in entering the dragon-subduing mountains this time? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, but still asked the question in his heart. After all, this was his only chance. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. Now he had to figure out the feather race's true goal in coming here. There are some things that you shouldn't ask about. Don't ask for a snub. Garso, you disappoint me. Hurry up and capture all your slaves here. Yan Fei coldly glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was even more certain that this place was not as simple as an origin stone vein. That's right. Commander Yan said not to ask what you're not supposed to ask. Gasolier, I think you're just trying to replace me. Humph, Lu Junfei sneered. I don't need you to teach me. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and left the city lord mansion. The moonlight of the night was still dim and gloomy. The lifeless hidden dragon city was filled with the stench of blood and fear. Jiang Chen knew that this was destined to be another sleepless night. Garso, I won't lose to you this time. Let's wait and see. You'd better keep Commander Yan's words in mind, he. Lu Junfei's eyes were dark. He wanted to find some sense of existence from Gasolier, but Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. It was better to speak less. Since he knew nothing about this source stone mine, he could only continue to pretend to be Gasolier. I wonder where Luoying is now. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn as he muttered to himself. He did not dare to use his natal star soul now. If one of the experts of the feather race discovered him, they would be very nervous and might fail at the last step. He could only take one step at a time. If Luoying appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion on Milan's star. After all, with her strength, it would not be a problem for her to protect herself. At noon the next day, more than 2,000 stellar-level experts all appeared in Hidden Dragon City. Almost everyone had gathered here. There were also hundreds of thousands of Star Emperor-level slaves who were all ready to go. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Even if some people had not returned to Hidden Dragon City at this time, they did not have the time to continue waiting. Their time was very tight and pressing. Today is the day of the feather race's grand plan. Today, everyone, follow me into the dragon-subduing mountains. For the feather race, for the great cause, all of us must face death with equanimity. Yan Fei held the long divine halberd in his hand with a solemn expression. Countless people of the feather race were shouting at his feet and beside him. Everyone's eyes were very solemn. What they were going to face this time was probably unprecedented. Hence, the feather race here had risked their lives to come here. They knew that for the great cause of the feather race, they might even have to give up their lives. However, no one bowed their heads, no one regretted. Instead, they pressed forward with an indomitable spirit. For the feather race. For the great cause. For a better tomorrow. Fight, fight, fight. At this time, the experts of the feather race all followed Yan Fei's footsteps and rushed into the dragon-subduing mountains. The great army was pressing down. More than 2,000 stellar-level experts, at this time, with a soaring spirit, rose up. The entire land seemed to be trembling continuously. No one knew what they were going to face, but everything was for the sake of meeting obstacles. To them it was worth it. Jiang Chen followed the large army all the way into the dragon-subduing mountains. Facing the scorching sun, the dragon-subduing mountains at this time seemed even more abrupt and barren. It stretched for thousands of miles, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. This was the hope in everyone's hearts, the hope of the feather race's future. Until now, Jiang Chen still did not know what kind of existence was behind this source stone mine. He could only take it one step at a time. Moreover, that Lu Junfei was still chattering beside him, as if he was determined to have him. He. Looks like your people did not catch up. Garso, this time you are really too disappointing. I think Commander Yen is also very disappointed in you. Lu Junfei laughed coldly. No one knew when he had appeared next to Jiang Chen again. I don't need you to worry. Jiang Chen said Lung. You don't need me to worry, but when we need you later, you will know how helpless you are. Ha! Lu Junfei said disdainfully. The hatred between him and Gaselier seemed to be quite deep. Finally, after advancing hundreds of miles in the dragon-subduing mountains, the entire army finally stopped. Yan Fei walked at the front, and everyone looked at him. They should be arriving soon. Everyone, set up camp here. Bring 30,000 slaves and prepare to start mining. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Countless Star Emperor experts were thrown into the valley. They followed the Feather People's orders and started to dig quickly. To them, it was a dark day. But no one dared to resist, because they didn't have the strength to do so. If they resisted, the only outcome would be death. I finally found you. Chapter 50-41. Yan Fei's eyes were extremely solemn. They had plotted for so long and finally arrived at Milan Star. After overcoming all obstacles, they finally found what they wanted. After waiting for 1,000 years and searching for tens of thousands of years, he had been searching for the secret of this source stone mine ever since he was at the Star Emperor level. Now he had finally found it. Yan Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. This was not only his own glory, but also the glory of the entire feather race. If he could complete this task well, then he would be recorded in the annals of history and become a powerful figure that changed the feather race. At that time, his name would become a monument to the entire eternal world. The ground beneath his feet was shaking. Countless Star Emperor slaves began to frantically dig the source stone mine underground. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the spot, waiting quietly. Yan Fei's excitement was definitely not limited to this. We found it. We found a 7th-grade source stone mine. It really is a 7th-grade source stone mine. Awesome! Countless harpies began to jump with excitement. A grade 7 origin stone mine would definitely contain an uncountable number of origin stones. It seemed like their efforts had not been in vain. Under Yan Fei's command, they quickly found the location of the origin stone mine without expending much effort. This was simply too shocking. However, while countless feather race people were shouting wildly, Yan Fei's eyes were still calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Jiang Chen was even more convinced that this guy must be waiting for something. We've struck it rich, ha ha ha. A 7th-grade source stone mine. This is not something that can be found on every star. Yes, it's a great opportunity. Hee. Even Lu Junfei was excited. It seemed that this guy was a fool and did not know Yan Fei's true purpose. However, this was not surprising. Many feather race people did not know. Gaselier and Womontov were only guessing. Continue digging. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Continue, don't stop. Lu Junfei said in a low voice. The feather race people constantly spurred the people of Milan Star to dig frantically. They could not rest for even a moment. Just like that, they dug for 3 days and 3 nights, and a large number of grade 7 origin stone veins were dug out. Countless people were salivating. Although Jiang Chen really wanted it, this was not the time to make a move. Moreover, if he made a move now, he would probably die here. He still had to see Yan Fei's real target. Commander Yan, I've dug up a black metal substance. I can't dig anymore. Lu Junfei frowned and reported to Yan Fei. Alright, I'll go take a look. Yan Fei quickly flew underground. Now, they had already dug tens of thousands of meters deep. The pitch-black underground was filled with a cold and sinister aura. At this time, Jiang Chen also quickly followed behind Yan Fei with Lu Junfei. When they arrived underground, they saw a piece of black metal blocking their way. Even the source stone vein here seemed to have been snapped in half by this black metal. These slaves have been digging for a long time, but they haven't been able to dig anything. All the origin stone veins within 1,000 meters of this place have been blocked. Lu Junfei said in a low voice. Yan Fei walked closer to take a look. He gently touched the golden substance and took a deep breath. It seemed to be filled with traces of the vicissitudes of time. It's here. Found it. I've finally found it. Yan Fei mumbled. He was too familiar with this aura. If it hadn't been for this aura, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Found it? What did you find? Lu Junfei asked with a puzzled expression. Yan Fei glanced at Lu Junfei and struck out with his palm, landing on the metallic substance. Immediately, the metallic substance started to fall off like layers of iron sheets. It had long since rusted, corroded by the passage of time. They can't dig anymore. You do it. After Yan Fei said this, Lu Junfei was taken aback. Then his face turned bitter. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. They actually made me a miner. However, even though Lu Junfei was resentful, he absolutely did not dare to vent his anger at Yan Fei. Although the difference in strength between the two of them was only one layer, Yan Fei's strength and status amongst them was something that Lu Junfei would never be able to match. Although Lu Junfei was unwilling, he still began to frantically dig. Palm after palm slammed down, causing the ground to tremble and the metal to peel off one after another. Yan Fei's gaze grew more and more excited. Jiang Chen took all of this in. Yan Fei had likely found what he was looking for. Several hours later, Lu Junfei was so tired that his forehead was beaded with sweat. His physical exhaustion was self-evident. However, it was at this moment that he finally smashed through the metal substance that was several dozen feet thick. Move aside. Yan Fei pushed Lu Junfei aside and stared at the dark yellow crystal in front of him. The terrifying Genesis Qi contained within was self-evident. It was even denser than a grade 7 origin stone vein. This can't be a grade 8 origin stone vein, right? Grade 8? How is this possible? Then we've struck it big this time. Perhaps it's not just that. The Genesis Qi is too dense. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Damn it, we've struck it big, ha ha ha. The Yu clan members cheered in unison, but only Yan Fei remained incomparably calm. Yan Fei gently stroked the yellow crystal. Within the crystal, there seemed to be some blurry images that he couldn't fathom. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. He carefully observed it for a long time, but was unable to find any clues. However, he was certain that the yellow crystal was definitely not simple. Could it be a higher-grade origin stone vein? It did seem to be even more tempting than the origin stone vein from before. Yan Fei's eyes grew increasingly fervent, even somewhat crazed. He had waited far too long for this day. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, he had finally obtained the final reward. What the hell is this thing? Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, there were several objects within the yellow crystal that Jiang Chen could not understand. They seemed to be humans, but also seemed to be demonic beasts. It was more like a portrait that he could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. Found you, I've finally found you. Ha ha ha. The rise and fall of the Yu clan depends on this. Wahahaha. Yan Fei laughed maniacally. He could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. At this moment, everyone present was even more dumbfounded. Could this origin stone vein really allow the Yu clan to rapidly rise? The Harpies were one of the most powerful races in the world. It seemed that Commander Yen was planning on giving them a bigger stage this time. Commander Yen, what the hell is this? Lu Junfei's face was ashen as he asked with lingering fear. He was somewhat timid, afraid that Yan Fei would blame him for this. However, this time, Yan Fei did not glare angrily. Instead, his gaze became gentle. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.